haven't met my wife, but he's loved my wife on a number of occasions. She's just a lot smarter than me. And we'll say that unequivocally. She's a PhD, all Ivy League medical psychologist, and I compare myself to her, saying I'm a fourth grade graduate. She's brilliant. She is the voice of reason in my head. Haven't mentioned about myself. This is somewhat personal, but I think a lot of you know my own history from 35 years ago to today in certain ways. And kind of covers it for the moment.
Thanks. I will say something because I think James has told me we met 12 years ago. I think it was originally at Restoration Weekend with David Horowitz, and really early on, and it seems like maybe at that event or a heritage event, he had the young lady who I affectionately called the hooker, who was anything but a hooker, and that was such a great video with the grandmother's fur coat and all these early over the top things, and James was an extremely intimate friend, as has been alluded to. Andrew Breitbart. I was a very good friend of Andrew. We became friends on a couple cruises where we had a lot of time together, and I last saw Andrew 2 weeks before he died at CPAC, and we hung out for a couple of days together. I went with him of an evening to see all of the kids that do things in their mom's basement. But he was like the superstar of the bloggers, and this is quite a long time ago. That was also 2012, or when did Andrew was 43 when he died 2 weeks later, and was a much larger than life character who leaves a void in our landscape, and James is a similar but larger than life character who's had an historical imprint forever, as we all know. My words are kind of redundant, but created and to a large extent the citizen journalism, and has given voice to wanting to have a lot of emulators. I think he has inspired emulators and within the organization, and indeed some without. But I have great affection for James. We had a whole lot of stuff in common. Philosophy majors, law school dropouts, fans of Tom Wolfe. We understood Mau Mau and flag catchers. I loved turning Saul Alinsky on his head and catching people doing things on the left that are expressly contrary to their expressed values, and in short, shining a light of truth on things, and summed up in the name Veritas. So there's a lot of other things I could say, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. My own backgrounds. I've been on so many nonprofit boards that I had actually don't think about them. One of them that seems germane to what we're going through today is I was for a decade on. I was the only alum representative from the Yale Management School on the Milstein board, the Milstein Center for Corporate Governance, and the people adjacent to me, and the names included Henry Kissinger and John Bogle, who founded Vanguard, and so that's probably one of the more on point, more relevant things in my background. That I was probably the only non-household name, non-billionaire on the board, and I've been on some other organizations where there's 30 or 40 billionaires. There's that's still a group of far less than 100, like the Library of Congress. That sort of thing doesn't really make, everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time. So anyway, I don't know why I went into those things, but I think it's because I've had some, my interpretation is a little bit of patronizing, or condescending, criticism, and that may be my misinterpretation from people that don't know the caliber of people we have on our board. And I have extreme, much higher regard for everybody else on the board than for my own background. So, thanks.
Yeah. You have a great background, and you are a movement stalwart. Everywhere I go, I see you, and loving being
You
around.
too. You're ubiquitous.
Well, if I run into someone, I'm not going to give a big contemporaneous speech. Besides, I think everyone here knows me. I love this organization. James and I have been friends of journalism for many, many years. I've been actively engaged in trying to help him every which way I can, and help the employees be their best selves. It's the greatest team I've ever seen assembled. As James says, this organization moves mountains, and we do what we can to adhere to a very rigorous set of core values. And I think that the praxis of this meeting is to discuss some of the issues that have arisen, fortunate circumstances that have, the confluence of these circumstances have driven us here today, unfortunately, but we do have to have some very important conversations. And I will defer to Stefan if he thinks. I did send a letter around to the board members and officers from current employees, outlining some of their issues and challenges in the organization today. And I hope everyone got a chance to read it. I did not float it to observers. I did not think that was appropriate at this time. Steph, I will defer to you if we should read it into the minutes or just say it's there. It is a rather long letter penned by about 20 or so of the employees, by about 15 of them, and they voice a lot of issues they have with the management structure of the organization. We are going to obviously be talking about management structure in depth. It's the reason for this meeting, why we called it, and so it's very appropriate to hear from employees and officers. And if Stephanie thinks it's appropriate, I would read that letter. If not, I'm happy not to. It's not easy to read and it's arduous. But we certainly do need to hear from officers initially, Dan, the COO, and Tom, eventually, and that would be an executive session. So, Stefan, I'll defer to you a little bit on procedural process so that we're totally compliant.
Yeah, Matt, so it's Stefan. Yeah, I mean, appropriate, legally we can, and it's probably my recommendation, we can make sure that is entered as an exhibit to the minutes and then circulated to the board members. I think that would be appropriate. Clearly, the board can discuss whatever the board wants to discuss germane to that issue, but you don't need to read it in its entirety, especially if it's shared with the board members, because we can attach it to the minutes as a full exhibit.
Is there a way to read some highlight excerpts from that? Because because we have auditors and we want them to be more fully informed of that.
Stefan, if you think it's appropriate, I think preamble without reading citations of anecdotal experience and sentimental experience.
Yeah, I have to say honestly, I have some concerns that there potentially, and I don't know what you're planning on reading, but there might potentially be issues pertaining to potentially legal implications, legal advice, privacy issues.
Okay.
Concerns. I'd rather.
So you'd have to remove. You'd have to redact names.
There are no names.
Yeah.
The board members signed it. The experiential evidence of what they suggest or allege is all anonymous. It's a composition or compendium of concerns from and their experiences. I could read the preamble just so that observers have an understanding that the employees are upset and they don't feel heard. And they believe the meeting is their own.
I think that's maybe an initial middle ground. I think there are passages within that are germane to shedding more light on something under discussion or more information. I think that would be good.
The employees came together over the last few days for Thursday night's events, terminations of a formal officer and a senior level employee, and they started putting their feelings on paper. And I will just read without the anecdotes as of yet, because we will have employees discussing their experiences, given that management. It's dated today, obviously, to the Project Veritas Board of Directors.
I apologize for. Okay, we moved to the management discussion at this point in the meeting.
No,
I think we need to stick to the agenda, actually. I think we're on number 6 of the agenda, so can we stick with that?
Oh, well, let's see, number 6 of the agenda is motion to regard. Yeah, I believe that we can't have a cognizant and honest conversation about management until we hear what the employees have to say is their experience with management.
And I wholeheartedly endorse that view. That's what I think that we had a misordering and probably should have talked to, we should have adjusted that prior to the meeting, but I would move to shift number 6 to after this discussion we're entering into at this time.
I would suggest that discussion is needed before we can address number 6 with management, as well as number 7, the method, process, and protocols for hiring and terminating officers and management. It's the whole.
Generally, as a point of order, if I can make a quick point of order, generally you have a motion, which the number 6 is a motion to restructure, and then there's discussion on that motion, and then there's an action or there's not an action on the original motion.
Yeah, well, since I know you're a parliamentary expert, which I'm not, Joe, and I think that's very valuable. That was a consideration in adding you. Is there a way to change the order of the agenda within the meeting itself? If not, I'd say that's kind of we're in legalistic, arbitrary handcuffs if we can't shift the order of the agenda during the meeting.
I think I will move. I'll make the motion to revise the reporting structure of the company, and then just so we can talk about it, and then we can defeat the motion if we want, or we can call it and vote on it. We can even table it.
Also, I think, I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm predisposed to tabling it.
Yeah.
Well, then we can't have the discussion for number 6.
Can we defer the discussion for number 6 until after we have information? Information first, decision later.
The decision comes at the very end. First, it's motion, it's discussion, and then it's decision.
Okay, well, Joe, what Matt and I are trying to say, and maybe, I don't know if George or Van or Steve have heard, and James have understood this, is that we have Matt and I have an extremely strong feeling that we need to have testimony and information prior to any structural decisions or even proposals.
I agree in that would be part of the discussion phase.
Okay, but fine. Okay, so do you want to move to discuss right now?
Well, no, I'll make the motion to revise the reporting structure of PV with suggested new structure. And now we can have discussion about it.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'll second that for purposes of discussion, and also say that I think that in general terms, that's not problematic at this time to me, but I think we should defer discussion of it until later. And that's my 2 cents. But anybody else that wants to move to approve it, or I guess I don't want to interrupt that process. I'm just saying my advice would be that we move to have it discussed and then table it for later. Let's continue the discussion after this next phase.
Yeah, so again, we don't have to change the pace of anything. Now we're in the phase of the motion to hear suggestions for the structure and have the discussion. So we're having the discussion now that we made the motion. So let's do that now.
Second your motion, Joe. John did as well. Anyone else?
I think so moved. All you need is a proposal and a seconder, and we're good.
Well, the proposal is fairly general, so I think it needs to be operationalized a little later, and I think it could be, made operationalized at a later time. I personally don't have a problem with it in principle, as a general, principle or motion, but.
So let's discuss it, and then we'll deal with how we're going to act after.
Okay. What's your feeling on it, James?
We were talking about a letter, and now we're talking. I guess my question is, where are we in the agenda first?
I think we're at 6A.
Okay. Okay, so we're talking about a motion to revise the reporting structure of PV with suggested new structure. My question is, what is that structure, and what is that plan?
I'd
I'd like to hear suggestions.
What is the recommended structure?
I completely agree with James that I do not want to wade into those waters right now, absent getting more information, which prior to operationalizing.
And that's the phase that we're in. We're getting the information and the suggestions in this discussion phase.
I move to table the motion. Well, go ahead, and we need to hear from everybody.
Don, can I make a suggestion,
Yeah.
Don, real quick?
All right.
I think you guys are saying the same thing, right? Right now, there is a very vague motion on the table, the topic being revising the reporting structure. I think, John Garvey, to your point, it is best to leave the motion in this vague, non-operational stage to permit whatever discussion is germane to that. And then the board, which I think is what you want too, John,
Yes,
can
exactly.
decide whether or not to take that out, specify. But I think it is better, and it is I think also what James is saying, and I think it's appropriate. We shouldn't move beyond specifics. You don't know yet what you want those specifics to be. So I recommend leave it general, have whatever discussion, and then you can discuss whether to entertain a motion, table, whatever you want to do. That would be correct.
Precisely, America,
Agree.
100%.
Yeah.
Does anybody dissent from that view?
No.
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 Okay, so we've all been heard for. Can we move to table it?
No, we don't table it. The motion.
We're going to open up the discussion and the introduction of information that would help us make the informed decision around the agenda item.
Can we defer it till after the other presentations?
That's how it happens. That's how it happens. Yeah.
That's what I was trying to just get it deferred, that's all.
Okay, I have a question with number 6. It says motion to revise the reporting structure. I do not see an organization chart that says this is how it flows.
Excellent point. Yeah, nothing's operational, as Stefan characterized it. It's vague, and I don't, I don't want to vote on. I abhor something that's vague or ambiguous, or you could drive 17 million Mack trucks through, and it could mean anything to anybody.
my own belief is if it's parliamentary rules compliant, if in the information gathering phase, by hearing from people about the current management structure, which is very pyramidical, it's top down, the CEO has unilateral control over every operation of the organization. By hearing from those who have experienced as it exists now, I think we will get more clarity to where we need to go, to what we need to determine and what we can then come up with a dispositive resolution.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that that the information will lead logically and not seamlessly, but logically from all of us hearing additional information.
And when we get that additional information now?
Yes, we can get past this speed bump right now.
There is no speed bump. Let's get to the discussion.
I would request a 2-minute bathroom. This is James. Just a 2-minute bathroom break, just for my
own. Need 4.
I think we should have about, anybody for 5?
Between 2 and 5 minutes.
I don't. I no longer have that problem.
Okay, who's gonna run this stopwatch?
I got it.
I'll be right back.
And I was going to say something that I didn't need. It was like TMI. Like I no longer.
I think the call's still being recorded.
We're sorry. I was going to say I no longer have a 75-year-old bladder. It's like 16. So it's a good thing.
I don't want to go there.
Sorry.
The recording has stopped.
I think
Now they stop.
Yeah, I was trying to say, I don't know if I can just pause it and resume it. I was like, hey, we're still recording here. So let's try to excise the discussion of the bladder from.
Oh, okay.
You can edit that out. I'm sure
Hey,
I won't mind.
I'm an open book.
I thought that was Matt's area.
Open the books.
All about that. Radical transparency, guys. Radical transparency.
And
Do we have a hard
Very
time
tough.
tonight? I have to be out here probably around.
I have a 3:30 hard stop. I have another board meeting.
Okay, I've got a 4 o'clock. I've got a shower, change, etc. for.
As fast as we can move, well, in that case, we need to move on and get to the testimony right now.
Yeah, the bathroom break. I telling somebody might want to be far along part of the time. Mike Caputo, former Health and Human Services Secretary. Somebody I've only known for 40 years. Had dinner with him, lunch about a year or 2 back, but a rather extensive conversation going to be going on this evening, especially regarding. I think he's way well aware of the Pfizer story. Anyway.
Excellent. Remain. Okay.
All right.
Welcome back, James.
Thank you.
Everybody here? George's back? Okay.
So, would it please the board are we recording, Stefan?
This meeting is being recorded.
Yep, I'll sit back on.
If it would please the board, I can read the letter, the preamble to the letter, if I could just, we could just have initially officers and high-ranking employees give some testimony about their experience that would shed some light on the agenda item that we need to take up.
I move to approve that, the reading of letter, the preamble, and moving on with testimony and information.
Yeah.
Do we have everyone back? It looks like George is not out of his chair.
Yeah. Well, let's do a vote anyway on that. Let's just move the fucking movie more, the thing along, okay?
Understood.
Sorry.
Yeah, we keep keep the pace here, guys.
You
George,
can delete my Anglo-Saxon line.
It will not make it into the minutes.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is the president going to call the question?
Huh?
Hello?
I'm sorry. You say that again?
The motion is to read the letter into the minutes.
Yes,
It's been first and second.
that would be
And to
fine.
read the preamble.
So
Yes,
I'm in favor of that.
yes.
Okay. I vote in favor as well.
I do, but we're not all 11 pages for this, are we?
Oh, hell.
The minutes, they'll be in the minutes, but, I mean, for us. But
I haven't had a chance to read this letter. I just received it, so I don't know what's in it before I approve it. So I would defer to you, John.
You can abstain. Yeah, I would, if I were you, I'd abstain because you don't have information, and that's a fair, and to be fair to you, I think that's what you should do.
Then I will abstain from voting on that motion. Thank you.
So the motion passes to read the letter without going through all pages of anecdotal evidence.
And then you were going to read the preamble only at this time, is that correct?
I was going to just read the opening paragraphs and a view of just to give a representative.
Okay,
Employee.
go.
It's February 6, 2023, to Project Veritas Board of Directors, Project Veritas Action Board of Directors, and Executive Management. Note, the opinions, data shared, and anecdotes were compiled by 1/3 of the TV staff, representing every department. Not all signed this letter, but all had compelling reasons to contribute. Signatories have not been the subject of abuse, nor witnessed any abuse, but found the corroborated behavior troubling and were willing to sign. The undersigned are troubled and frustrated with James' management style and business acumen. These behaviors and actions are antithetical to our core values and came to a head this week. Most recently, the treatment of Barry Hinckley and Tom O'Hara. These two highly respected individuals did what they felt was right for the betterment of the organization and got berated in public on Tuesday and effectively terminated by Thursday. There is a screenshot of a text from Barry Hinckley to the development team. Team, last night I stood up to a bully and was fired. Management by shaming and bullying is never acceptable and it doesn't belong in the workplace. I won't tolerate it personally or on behalf of my coworkers' direct reports. I am proud to say I stand by my actions. It was an honor to work with you. As they say, be brave, do something. The letter follows. These actions led to immediate communication between concerned PV members. Over the past 2 days, we collected additional examples of behavior which crossed the line. The following bulleted items came from individuals and are edited as little as possible to keep the spirit of everyone's individual thoughts. The first data point is a unattributed quote. James has become a power-drunk tyrant, and he's exactly who he pontificates on who we should be exposing. There are 7 pages of anecdotes, very representatively. Airing grievances leading to termination is what has prevented me from speaking up in the past. Times I was accused of violating my NDA, sabotage, and had my behavior labeled traitorous. Lack of transparency when mistakes are made from the top down. Example, former producer never suing us. It was told to our entire company as if it was absolutely true. Patrick Davis was a bad hire. We all know that. But when I tried early on to prevent him from assuming so much power and authority, knowing he couldn't handle it, I received a classic. If you don't quote, if you don't agree, there's the door. I'm going to try and read short ones. It's sad, embarrassing, and increasingly becoming James' standard for how he treats supporters. Honestly, it's wild and incredibly irrational behavior for someone publicly and internally claims to be the only one raising money. At the Democracy Partners trial in public, I was yelled at in front of jurors because he was hungry and he took the 8-month pregnant woman's sandwich. Barry, Dan, Tom, and Eric were the subject of bullying on the leadership meeting with 10 people present. No productive outcome resulted that needed a forum of everyone present. Everyone is operating in fear of James' arrest. One doesn't know whether one will meet his needs and expectations since the target is constantly moving and priorities are shifting. In a personal conversation with Jared last TV, it was discussed that his departure was due to personality cuts between Jared and James. Jared is held in high regard to the PV staff and played an instrumental role in the organization. Several donors have expressed their concern with their money being used to produce shitloads like PVE. I would describe Project Veritas' current environment with this saying: the beatings will continue until morale improves. In recent donor meetings with James, his behavior has been arrogant and dismissive of the donor if they do not just sign up or give us 5 or 6 figure donations. This happened in the past 2 weeks in a meeting with the donor in Miami. He was not in the shape of the donor package. James is frequently coming across as though desperate for funds and it's everyone's duty to. Donors are hesitating about the size and whether gifts should be sent to Project Veritas. At a donor event in Greenwich in September, James was 1 hour and 15 minutes late. We had a room with 100 people waiting for him to speak. People commented afterwards that he could have at least apologized for being so late. This is a good example of James not really realizing that everyone's time is important and should be respected. James' constant habit of publicly demeaning people's roles and responsibilities except this, quote, "See, I'm the reality." For example, everyone is a junior editor. It's to be weary of James' move. Really all.
You're breaking up a bit, man.
Well, that's something.
Hey, Matt, we're having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. I'm going to skip ahead. I'm not going to read the rest of these anecdotes. There's like 30 or so. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We are writing this out because we value the organization that James has built and what we've become. No one else is doing the work of TV, and we love it. What we do for our audience, we do incredibly well. However, we can't become even greater until we unleash the full potential of the organization and its people. The only product we have is the material that comes from the people in this organization. If we don't make these changes, we will fail to retain the best people. We have the moral courage to say what needs to be said, to continue down the path we were on, and you will have an army of yes who wouldn't dare pen this letter. We are resilient. Failure is not an option. Be brave. Do something. This was signed by people from production, comms, journalists, development, IT, and facilities. There's screenshots of messages, and this is all in the document, and a rehash of our core values and our ethical values. And this is 11 pages, and if it's deemed prudent, I will put this up for vote. I will submit this to the observers that we have invited in and allowed to observe on listen only this call. I will send this out so they have more context. I will motion to vote on that.
I will insist
Sorry,
on.
motion.
Sorry.
I'm motioning to share this letter with the observers that we've invited in to observe this proceeding.
Matt, are you suggesting that
Sorry, Owens.
the employees that contributed to this letter be observers for the rest of this meeting?
No, just the observers that we have in, that we've invited in, who are currently with us. Paul Martino, Eric O'Keefe, if Jeff Lichtman's on this call, because he's invited in as observer as well. I don't know if he's on the call. I don't want to send this out unilaterally. It's not my role to make that decision.
I think this is,
Thanks.
Anyone?
If we're in the discussion phase, I don't know if it's appropriate for this letter to be leaked out, especially if it has the names of employees on it.
I have to agree.
Those employees' names have not been read, and I would prefer to keep it that way. I would amend the motion to enter the letter in its entirety as an exhibit to the minutes and leave it at that.
the minutes of private property of Project Veritas. We do not want this, to get out. I don't think.
I mean, my view is that anybody who we've invited into this call is trusted to to maintain the duty of care we bestowed upon them, that they will not leave this out. This is for context, so they understand the rest of the organization. We can read that.
I have no assurity of that.
Neither do
Yeah. No, I think that's a foolish, wish. I mean, foolish hope. That I'm not saying you're foolish. I'm just saying that it would be highly imprudent and be technical. It could be a technical violation of our NDA and our duty of care and trust to employees and to the interest of the organization.
Okay, then in lieu of that, we will attach this to the minutes for board and officers and internal counsel only.
I have a question. I have the impression that we've allowed the auditors to be in for at least that summary, that quick reading of some excerpts. Was that not the case? Were the auditors not on for that? That's the purpose of having.
The observers are on listen only, and they are listening to everything we say, as we have extended this courtesy to them in good faith.
Okay, so they did hear that. Well, I wanted to be privy to the substantive issues. And that's,
I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to collateral, having cherry picked.
Yeah.
Just reading higher.
But it would be highly inappropriate.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend we not move past what we've already done with the office and 15 minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh, man.
In lieu of that, I would like to have the employees who have agreed to speak to us in full knowledge that this is in front of the board, observers that we've invited in, and that this is recorded. They have extended their willingness to make us aware of these data points that they believe we should know, I believe we should know, and I believe that's what happened this call.
Yeah, let's move on to that.
Let's move quickly.
Okay, I would have Dan Strack, our ranking officer, COO, talk for a few minutes about his impression of the management style and the leadership.
Yeah.
May I ask if do I have a chance to respond to this?
Absolutely. Yes, but I think absolutely, you should have every right to do that. But I think that because of the time issues that with your respectful assent, James, I think it's important to listen to them first and then give you a chance to thoroughly respond to everything, take notes, and because we're in an extreme time crunch because of Joe's and Joe's and Steve's issues that I didn't foresee. Otherwise, I think we'll never get there in the time we have.
I would like to read my.
Let's bring him in.
Go.
Let's bring him in.
Fine.
We're still in 6A for the agenda. So.
No more. Yeah.
I would, move to have Dan present us his views as being sort of the COO about management and culture.
Go. Second. I'll approve.
If it needs a motion, yeah.
Well, can we just do a blanket approval, but we're going to have here? I don't want to have a separate vote on every person that comes in. That's insane.
Yeah.
So the sequence that happens, I move that we just, without further delay, have whoever is on base, talk. Okay. Thanks.
Let's do employees and see what they say. I think I'm adamant about that.
Oh, sorry, just for the accuracy.
Let's bring them in then.
Sorry, just
on the agenda and bring them in.
Guys, just for the accuracy of the minutes, I need to get a vote count on that proposal.
Approve? Or I'll move for that, but anybody want to second it?
I second it.
I mean, I think the motion is moved because it's incorporated in the agenda, but we'll permit it.
Okay. Joe's right. Okay, go.
Steve, George.
Approve.
Approved.
There. Okay, belt and suspenders.
Thank you.
Dan Strack, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I joined Project Veritas about 10 months ago, and over the last 10 months, we've had a lot of incredibly positive things, both at an organizational level and also individual level with James and I's interaction. There have been a number of things that we've also debated. Some of them are around finances and expenditures and how to value what is a worthwhile expenditure. From a management perspective, the leading by intimidation seems to have been a theme long before I joined, and something that has pervaded over the last 10 months. And despite us having incredibly positive stories, viewership, and overall attention, I think we've had these actions have actually, as far as people management goes, have gotten worse in my eyes. Personally, I believe most of this has to do with too many responsibilities, too much accountability, and not focusing on core competencies across journalism and the creative side. All great organizations come to a point where the founder cannot wear all the hats because they're no longer a startup. And I believe that that's where we are right now. I think most of all of this negative behavior stems from the inability to manage all of these different things and wear all of these different hats. I'm not sure if I should go into specific examples around things or what you guys really need me to focus on, but that's my general overview.
I was just alerted because I think it's relevant to the conversation. I was just alerted by staff that the organization's social media accounts have just had all their passwords changed, and all of the staff is locked out of the organizational social media accounts in the last 2 minutes.
Who did that? Who has the power to do that?
I think Eric, right? Eric Spracklin?
Eric Spracklin, yeah.
Eric is on PTO.
Was he directed?
Eric is on PTO right now.
Was he directed to do that?
Not by me.
No.
Eric
Not by James, you just said either.
Tom has social media accounts.
Okay, well, maybe that's something that's not material until, because it can be corrected until, after this. Maybe it's just as well that we're not communicating to anybody outside of the organization at this time. Until after a meeting, okay? I hope that...
Yeah.
I hope everybody...
Let's move on with the agenda.
I hope everybody knows their NDAs. Yeah, all of that.
Dan, if you want to add anything incremental, it's time to do so. Whether it's hiring, firing, flow of process, anything you perceive. Yeah.
What time? Herein.
Okay.
Fine.
Am I still talking?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I just had to run and get a power cord. Any other? So,
do you want to hit some bullet points, Dan? Operational issues, or operationalize some of your comments?
yeah. So I think on some levels, it might be worth worth going through some of the things that led.
Don't do it turns out we're extremely time constrained, so you can skip the preamble.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the most impactful thing that happened recently were the firings with no seemingly, seemingly wildly irresponsible firing, particularly of Tom, for seemingly no good reason from my perspective. So that very concerning. And I think there have been a number of I often say negative energy is very expensive, and just absolutely raising voices and yelling at people, leadership by intimidation. When I got here, Patrick Davis was completely torn down in front of his entire staff. That was one example. Patrick Davis wasn't the right person for the role. However, that doesn't mean that he deserves that type of treatment, nor does anyone. The same thing.
Do you have any suggestions on how to change that?
Well, I think two things. I think number one, I think stress is a major factor in this. It's personal. But I think the second is to focus on highest and best use, things that allow James to shine as opposed to get frustrated. And I think that is, separating a lot of, real roles and responsibilities and defining that. For example, the org chart, if you look at our org chart now, pretty much everyone in the organization reports to me. There's dotted lines into James, but there's a helicopter leadership management style that, comes and born out of the startup mentality of having to do everything from day one. But at some point we have to mature past that and separate some of those roles and responsibilities so that helicopter leadership does not continue.
Well, if I'm hearing you, that would also, I even talked to James last night on this, but that relieves some of his stress, because I completely agree that he's a genius. Let him be a genius at what he's a genius at, and he's really, we'll see later, but we'll decide whether personnel and management's in its wheelhouse. I would assert that it's not, and I've heard that verbatim from other people too that know more about it.
And what roles should be separated?
I think the business from the journalism and creativity, and when I say separated, we all have read a number of books here. It's the manager, the employee, the entrepreneur's operating system. All of these management books always refer to a visionary, who is one individual, and an implementer or executor, which is another individual. So I would say that the effective of whether it's a CEO or executive director, the effective business leader versus the creative leader, those are two different roles. Often organizations start with them being the same person, but they very, very infrequently end that way.
Well, this is a question. There's a world in which James would continue to be a visionary leader, a strategic leader, and all the things that he's brilliant and a genius at, that have created his place as a historical person, as an icon of American culture and politics. Is there a way? We'll decide later, but I'm just asking for your sense whether that's all.
Yes, I believe in that 100%. And when I talk about separating roles and responsibilities, it's not like I'm suggesting that James has no say in these other activities or defining the vision. I'm not suggesting that at all. It's just unilateral authority, and it's my way or the highway type of management style needs to change.
May I have a chance
Let
to...
me ask this on mute. I'm sorry. How many reporting lines are there within PV? How many separate, maybe they are general ledger accounting sections, but how many different reporting sections are there within the PV structure?
So we have business development. We have
IT.
We have business development. We have communications and media relations, which is really one entity. We have legal. We have IT. We have the journalists, and then we have the producers and editors, and then we have accounting
And HR.
and HR, which is yes.
So about 6 or 7.
There's finance and accounting in there, some.
Yeah, that he
They're
had
the
that.
same. They're the same.
That's
Yeah.
8.
So about 6 or 7 in total.
I wanted to clarify my
We get about
question.
8.
Would part of that role be being, being the strategic leader for journalism as he's de facto been very effectively in the past?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, besides the on-air talent and the editorial and creative oversight and lead, that is part and parcel of what James is absolutely
He's a world-class professional at that. He's a star.
That's right.
You also mentioned legal isn't mostly involved as a prime witness in any of the ongoing suits, whatever they may be.
Yes.
Okay, so he's intimately involved in legal, he has no choice.
But yeah, correct.
The issue, I guess, there really, I think, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the which ones we should pursue or shouldn't pursue. It's not necessarily that James, obviously being the spokesperson for the company, he's going to be named in just anything that PV does. It's more about the strategy of legal, I think, is what Dan is kind of getting at, and not and having that diversification as opposed to, up to this point it was we don't surrender, we fight everything, and sometimes that's just.
If I'm not mistaken, there's probably very few, if any, CEOs of organizations of this size, and this is something that James should be congratulated upon for us getting to this stage, that would have any micromanagement of people, or probably would want to delegate things in the management realm, the operations realm, to another principal within the company, remaining in a strategic role, which is what a lot of chairmen or executive chairmen or CEOs do. But you need to, whatever the term of art, it can't be ambiguous as to the duties. It has to be clear. It has to be scope and all that.
I'd like to respond to the statements by Dan.
Stefan, just let in the number ending in 5140. It's Jeff Lichtman, who's been an invited observer.
Yes, opinions, okay.
And I don't.
Like the
okay.
I think James wanted James wanted a chance to respond.
I'd like the opportunity to respond, and I thank everyone for their candor. May I say a few words?
You're the president, James. You're still the president.
I would offer this response, a letter that I've written to the staff regarding kind of a sincere, heartfelt apology for some of the things that have happened here in meetings. And I would like to read it to you, and then we can discuss it and get your thoughts.
And we just, please, particularly the first part is really relevant to our present discussion. The other part is sort of past, some of it's about ordering of the minutes and things like that. And that's getting into operational, decisions that we're going to be discussing later.
The letter reads, "Dear team, on Tuesday of this week, some of you had the unfortunate experience of seeing me get into a heated disagreement over the direction and nature of our fundraising approaches. I confronted an issue in front of a group that should have been handled privately, and I was wrong to behave this way. It affected many people at headquarters who overheard it. I also have not been patient with some of you and have behaved poorly. As you all are the lifeblood of Project Veritas, I want you to know I'm sorry and ashamed of my actions. And I have not sent this out yet. With the blessing of the board, I propose this be one of the solutions that I discuss for the sake of Project
No.
Veritas. Many of you have been with me for years, know that this is not the first time I've gotten emotional and impulsive during times of strain. We are on a stressful journey together, and sometimes the pressure gets the best of me. It does not matter the circumstances. I should never behave that way in front of my colleagues or treat people working hard for Veritas in an unkind manner, and I'm truly sorry. I failed to lead by example in these cases. I hurt people who are here because they believe in our mission. I am truly chastened by my behavior as I let you all down, let myself down in these instances. This is not what a great or even good leader does. I do expect the best from everyone, but it should start with me. Anything less than our best, and we do not stand a chance against the array of forces against us. We have a long way to go. If we're going to accomplish this mission, then I must hold accountable for my actions when they result in harm. So, my solution is as follows. I am going to slow down and listen. From here forward, I will have an open door policy for anyone on staff to share their observations about our mission and our organization with me directly. I want to hear from the staff about ideas and communications and procedures and other things that I can do to implement and improve Project Veritas. I understand that my behavior, like the ones you saw on Tuesday, were a private disagreement was made public, cannot happen again. And I've apologized to Tom personally. Please accept my apology for that behavior last week, and there have been other times in public disagreements from the bottom of my heart. I hope that I can count on your grace, your forgiveness, and your continued dedication to Project Veritas as we work together. We are an organization that does not exist without all of your efforts. You all know by now that I'm not always good at expressing myself, but I am chastened and have had a chance to reflect. I am very proud of this team. I believe in all of you. I want to work with you, and I want you all to be happy here in our mission. And again, I'm not always good at expressing it, but I am proud of this team. I believe in you, and I will always walk through walls for the mission of this place. I suggest that this be distributed to the staff with the board's blessing, and I be given the opportunity to actually have these open door policies this week and beyond, and have a chance to listen to feedback without providing any responses, but simply to listen and observe so that we could figure out the best way forward.
If I can respond to that, I think that's a good start, a great intention. We do have, per our handbook, a 24/7 open door policy. So I might revise that part before sending it out. But you certainly don't need the board's permission to take that action.
I will say that I have to be a very humbling and sincere letter. It is also a great introspection that he sees in himself that most people will never get to. And that, to me, says mounds upon mounds of who this man is, what he has done, and why he should continue to lead.
I would like to hear from some other employees so that we have the full context of why the next.
Is Dan done with his testimony?
Dan, anything else for Dan? Questions? Dan, do you want to provide other relevant input? I mean, anything.
I guess the only other thing I can, talk about briefly is just basic understanding of organizational structure and finances. Often we talk about whether we can afford something or not by, comparing it some fixed costs to variable costs, and basic understanding of accounting is, I think, lacking there, and we're usually making expense decisions based upon how much of a percentage it is of payroll, which is the wrong metric on any level for any expenditure. So that's just one example that I've always been concerned with.
Isn't that authority, shouldn't that authority kind of, or the responsibility for that reside with the CEO or CFO, and should they be empowered in that regard or not?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. Why? I shouldn't say it. I know the answer is yes.
Empowered presently to do that?
I think on paper I understand it that the CFO is accountable for this, but I believe that there is very often difficult.
Dan, sorry.
Well, you can't have accountability without responsibility of empowering.
Right, John. This is Tom. I'll answer that question for you. It usually comes from the top down, so no, I don't have the ability to push back on it.
So you don't have any authority over that. You're kind of legally accountable, maybe, but you don't have any control over how things are spent.
Correct.
Is that kind of correct or not?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a problem. I'm really glad James got to read his letter. I think it's well written and thoughtful, and I think it's really important for James to have us be heard. I do think we need to move on to the rest of the meeting.
I agree.
And thank you, James.
Stefan, I have including in you the number ending in.
Okay, so should I admit the? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, they're admitted.
Thanks, Stefan.
In the room, and I would just say that Barry has been an employee for a few months. He came in, was hired unilaterally to be like an independent consultant on certain SBUs to help fix them. And he became a lead to many of the employees, and he'll talk. He was
Hi, you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. You were a little choppy. Hi, Matt. Hi, everyone. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Barry.
Let's just move on it.
Yeah,
We have very limited time, so just get to your main points, please. Thanks.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm here, painfully and unhappily. I've been a supporter, and then from 2012, and then on and off, and then a volunteer, and then, as you know, an employee as of this fall. And I joined because of the mission and the person behind the mission, and sadly, my confidence and respect for the leader, the CEO of the organization, has completely eroded to the point where I told James this week that I can no longer follow his lead because I consider the workplace a hostile work environment. It's incredibly toxic. Employees are continually shamed and bullied and discounted and appear to only be objects to one end, which is the furtherance of his agenda, personal agenda. I feel that donors are just treated quite dismissively and seen only as objects to donate money, once again, for the same means, and they're not respected. And I also, have witnessed over time the fiduciary responsibility, in my opinion, not respected of those donors' money, and spent very poorly, and never like anything I've seen in a private company, let alone a nonprofit that's supposed to be mission-based. It seems to me the mission has been lost under one man.
Can you cite any specific examples?
Well, I ran a large company with a lot of employees, and I never lived this lifestyle with black cars running at $250 an hour constantly, picking me up, moving me around, flying a helicopter up to Maine to go sailing, very expensive accommodations when the rest of the staff are staying at one level. I mean,
all for one and one for all, especially in a nonprofit. I just never seen this division of one person living one way and everyone else living another way. In no regard for.
Okay, having some of those excursions, as you refer to them, to be with meeting with donors.
Some of them, yeah, but you know, not all of them. I mean, it's hard to tell what the definition of a donor is anymore, quite frankly. But you know, even still, you know, listen, I'm here as a former employee, okay, and I'm just telling you what I saw.
Okay.
You guys do what you do. And who is that speaking, by the way?
This is Steve Alembic.
Steve Alembic.
Okay, I see. So, you know, I lost trust in that, and I could no longer, got to the point where I couldn't, in good faith, ask people to invest in this organization. You know, the high dollars that I was constantly getting asked to invest in good faith, because I just don't think it was the custody of those dollars was proper and in line with the mission, and certainly in line with how nonprofits should be run. You know, and lastly, I think I witnessed, you know, the donors' trust, the board's trust being abused. You know, when, for example, when the executive plan, which was never approved by anyone in the executive that I'm aware of, was just distributed and said that it was approved by the plan. And you know, and I've been around long enough. I've been in the workforce for 34 years. And I've never seen something run this poorly. And I've never seen such a hostile environment, and I've never seen people so taken for granted. And when you issue a plan without any approval of your executive, without any approval of your board, and then it's distributed as both have happened, that's incredibly difficult for anyone trying to follow that lead, and certainly something I became unwilling to follow. You know, I'm happy to go into more specifics, but I know time is limited, and this came to a head with me last week when I told James I could no longer follow his lead. I was told over and over again that people beneath me are supposed to follow my lead no matter what. And I told James, I said, you know, I consider your management title dictatorial, and I'm not I can't in good conscience follow it. I can't in good conscience manage people underneath you. I was given the role of interim CDO because everyone else was pretty much left in that role. It was down to bare bones. I'm trying to keep it going, and impossible to manage those people when James would swoop in and just grab someone off my team and direct them to do things. And it was a different person, you know, that was supposed to do that the day before. And people became disillusioned. It's a culture of fear. And I told James I couldn't manage that organization. I couldn't work there anymore and follow his management style. And I said, there's only 3 things that can happen here, James, is I'll resign, I'll get fired, or things will change, but I can't follow your lead because I consider it dangerous, it's hostile to coworkers, people. You know, keep in mind, I came into this organization knowing no one and having no personal relationships. Just there for the mission and the people that were supposedly supporting the mission, but it became pretty clear it was just about one person. And the mission it really seems to be just there to support that person's personal goals, in my opinion. And it's something got lost along the way. And so, you know, and then the last thing I said is, you know, where things change. And I think there was a great opportunity to create a great administrative organization underneath an amazing and groundbreaking journalist. And I told James this, you know, he's a groundbreaking journalist, but there's not a straight line between being a great CEO and being a great journalist. Very few people in history can do both. And I don't think you can.
Would you say you were terminated because you disagreed?
Yeah, before I was 100%. I was terminated for insubordination because I wouldn't follow his lead, you know, diktat or whatever you want to call it, you know, word for word. And I couldn't agree with it. You know, I already had problems with trying to voice about how people were being treated in certain tactics, and just we dealt with a smackdown every time and follow me, and I brought you on to follow me, et cetera, et cetera. And so I made that clear. That was Thursday afternoon. Then Well, let me finish that one question, John. So then Thursday afternoon, I got an email from James saying that he accepted my resignation, and I responded I'd never submitted my resignation, and he said, well, therefore you're terminated. And I said I never submitted my resignation, but I cannot follow your lead and support your management style.
Barry, what was your role? What was your role, Barry?
Chief Strategy Officer.
Say again? I didn't hear that.
I was Chief Strategy Officer.
Chief what officer?
Strategy Officer.
Too many people talking. Barry, what was your role?
Chief Strategy Officer. I was brought in to help Dan and the team stand up this new platform that we've been discussing called PVTV, and sort of broaden the message so we can get the awesome journalists out to more people through more voices in the long form, and hopefully bring in revenue to support fiction that way. I was also brought in to help with development. Over time, it became clear that I was asked to lead development because Randy had left, and I had already been helping out before that on a volunteer basis. I think I did 5 or 6 events.
So, James, I'm sorry, Barry, isn't it, my secondhand understanding is that you've done introductions and facilitated some tangible results in development prior to your coming on board formally in any way. And some of those have resulted in 7-figure donations, is that correct?
I'm not sure about 7-figure donations. I definitely got James and the team over the target of very high net worth people, probably 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 times, adding up to probably 400 or 500 people. I wasn't involved with the follow-up process at that time, but I definitely know, many tens of thousands of dollars have been donated from people that I know, and a lot more, would be cultivated in a pipeline.
So you were a catalyst. I think that's fair to describe you as an introducer, as catalyst, a facilitator.
I was trying to build a proper pipeline that you would for high net worth donors. I mean, and we ended up nicknaming this development department Drive-By Development, because everyone that had high net worth was just seen as a dollar sign, and they could be asked for $1 million or 250 or whatever their capacity was deemed to be immediately. No relationship building really to speak of. And that's not how I roll.
Barry, have we lost any donors, or have any donors been disparaged as a result of anything that James has done?
That you're knowledgeable of.
I certainly have heard that Goldman story was pretty bad. The New York Times, I think it was the guy's name was Goldman, the New York Times confrontation on the street. A lot of people were put off and saw it as something that was very personal and not something that was towards our mission of journalism. For example, I did introduce him to a billionaire family in Houston, and it was a cultivation, and I spent 15 years building that relationship, and he showed up 25 minutes late, and we got an hour this guy's time, hour and a half maybe, and then I asked him not to ask for any money because it's the cultivation, and I went to the bathroom, and by the time I come back, he'd ask him for cash. That's just not how things work in this world. Deeply embarrassing to me. I've never heard from that guy again. 15-year relationship I've been building down the drain, in my opinion. He might come back, but I haven't heard from the guy since, pretty much.
Thank you, Barry.
You helped put together a event in Palm Beach at BethAle's house. How would you describe the results from that?
Well, the results were underwhelming. The right people were there, but I think people, these are all professional givers at this level. This is the code. And Charlie Kirk started here asking people for $5,000 a head, and he's getting $5 million out of them now. And those people need to be cultivated and respected. And, I think we got on base, but we have a lot of work to do. And I certainly had asked some major league people that were previous TV donors that had left for whatever reason, but, now I have my suspicions to attend. They did. And I'm not confident that the follow-up is there to cultivate these people the way they expect to be cultivated.
The zip code 33480 is a unique animal. I refer to it as the motherland, and if properly cultivated, it will yield incredible results. I know because I live here.
Yeah, but it's not drive-by, Bill. If you're seeing it as driving by or opportunist, it'll do more harm than good. We have some major...
Sure. Well, we both... but we, the really rich guys live over there. But James has been in this room more than once for Charlie Kirk, who I met over 10 years ago through the same restoration weekend. David Horowitz. He did start out with 5,000, and he'll tell us specific stories. And we were in the room when he raised just something over 20 million this year, 22 million in one night last year. There's a lot of groundwork that goes in Spain work and cultivation that goes before that magical moment where people officially make those donations. Right.
I would like to hear from Tom if there's any other questions for Barry, or Barry has anything else he'd like to say. I would like to keep this moving.
Yeah, Barry, I was just asked, when you met James via helicopter, were there on the way or after when he flew to?
Yeah, you cut out, Matt, but yeah.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Were there donors met on the way to Maine or in Maine when there was a helicopter ride chartered privately?
No, as far as I'm aware, flew from Westchester. He stopped in Newport to pick up a professional captain, which was, the sole purpose was to help sail the boat back. The boat was in such disrepair, I wouldn't go offshore without a professional. I'm a former professional, so I had found a professional willing to get picked up and come up. And that mission was really just about preparing the boat and getting it back to Rhode Island and Long Island Sound. We had dinner at my parents' house and just spent time at my parents' house. I mean, I was always trying at that time to introduce him to people, but there was no specific donor mission at all on that. All this donor stuff came before he left for Montana, in the early part of the month.
I'd love an opportunity to respond when Barry Hinckley is off the phone, please.
I have to come back on the line.
I don't have any objection.
All right, Shai, release it.
Should Barry be allowed to listen to this? Maybe not speak, but let James speak. Brief. I'm concerned about our time because we're at 3:01 right now. Some of you are leaving in 15 to 30 minutes. And we haven't even scratched the surface.
Yeah, we could continue to talk to employees and amongst each other without ruling on anything and putting forward any formal motions without step up. And obviously we can't complete and get anything just positive without step on prep, but there's still some fact finding that.
If there are going to be accusations made about improprieties, I think it's only appropriate to have the chief executive officer respond with the facts of what happened, and I would like to do that.
I can completely agree, James, but I also,
I agree.
Is this something we could just defer to late? Okay, yeah, go ahead, briefly, thanks.
Battery's kind of dead. Great.
I would say there was a man named Barry Hinckley knows who he is. He was based in Maine, and due to weather issues, that That was something I spoke with Tom O'Hara about, and Tom O'Hara, I had his verbal consent to book that.
Wait, don't put words in my mouth. You said you had a donor meeting.
May I finish?
Oh, if you're going to accuse me of consenting to something I didn't, I would like to defend myself.
No accusations, just stating what I witnessed.
Okay, well,
John,
I did not consent to it. You told me you had donor meetings. That's what I consented to.
there was a man named who Barry Hinckley knows that was organizing an event in Texas that we organized. Oftentimes, the chief executive officer has to have multiple donor meetings in one day, sometimes meet with multiple billionaires in one day. In this case, there was a gentleman named who was organizing an event in Texas that was present in Maine. Weather issues occurred, and the air I have in front of me the itinerary from HVN to KUUU, that's Bar Harbor Airport. Weather issues diverted the
Newport.
Weather issues diverted the plane to Portland ultimately, and I was not able to arrive to my destination until very late in the evening. That was about.
Was it a plane or a chopper?
It was a helicopter. The other helicopter rides I can remember are one to visit Tucker Carlson at his hunting cabin in Maine, some 2020, a couple $1,000s to go from here to the Hamptons, again, to meet with a billionaire. Oftentimes, the chief executive officer has to, in order to obtain multiple meetings in one business day to increase the revenue for the company, has to make the decision in order to spend a little money, $2,000, $5,000, or $10,000, in order to do this. I was told that this is an optics issue more than a financial one, since the purpose for these trips, whether it's Tucker Carlson or who gives us $50,000 a year, or who organized an event in Texas, that was the intent and the sole purpose behind each of these things. That is what I think a prudent chief executive officer of any company does in order to raise more revenue for the firm, which is my priority and purpose. I've had some disagreements about that, but I think it's within the purview of the chief executive officer to raise as much revenue as possible for the organization due to limited time. This is not unique or unusual. As to taking black car service, I don't fully understand how that's an impropriety or any different than an Uber. That's something that Mr. Hinckley said. And also, we've had a conflicts of visions over the direction of fundraising. But ultimately, for example, there's a lot of things that are omitted, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood the purpose of that transportation, the purpose that it was intended for those particular forms of transportation.
My understanding was you left your boat in Maine. We were planning a trip to bring it back. It was we'd already met a week or so before at the event. We hosted at our house for you to raise money. He was already working with to set the event up. That one was in the bag already. Whatever happened on the backside of that was social.
Were there any other donors in this trip?
No, I'm aware of.
That's a question for James. Yeah, that's a question for James. Did you see any other donors on that trip?
It was the intention of that trip was to follow up with John Trainer.
Just John Trainer.
He organized an event in Texas. I believe it was in October in Highland Park.
So it was just to meet with him, or were there others?
I believe it was just him, to follow up with him.
Okay.
Now, is it time to have Tom? I think it's time.
Yeah, I think we should move on.
If we go into executive session, we can do that. as we diminish the amount of people on the call, given time constraints. I do think there are a couple of employees who are looking to share their, who I think we should listen to.
Go for it.
We done with me, everyone?
Yes, thank you, Barry.
Thanks, Barry, thanks, and thanks for your comments. James also.
Calling in and afterwards.
I don't see anyone.
Yeah, they're calling in now, and then somewhat abruptly.
So while we're on, this is Stefan. I've got a bit of I have a hard stop at 3:30. I can leave the system up. I'll be texting with John, but I have a very hard stop for another board meeting at 3:30. So you don't need me. You've got Sullivan on, but I'll be available for the new people if I can stop.
I agree.
Perfect, we can continue.
Thanks, Stefan. Is anybody showing up on our call-in line?
Yeah, I've got
Yeah,
two
just
calling
got
in
it.
now.
I got two in. You want me to look at the info?
No. You can let her in first.
Okay. Coming in.
Hi.
Yes.
We're going to give you the floor to explain how you perceive the management and the leadership and the culture of the organization as we're listening from voice.
Okay, and can you hear me okay?
You're loud and clear.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure I'm in a place where I don't get interrupted.
Good. We're really short of time. I just wanted to let you know, so we want to hear you. We're not
short of time. We're not short of time.
I'm not, but I have an infinite amount of time, but some of our board members are going to have to be off, but fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and I am going to give my perspective. And just for a little bit of background, I joined PV's development organization in December of 2020. I've never been with such a diverse group of individuals who are so mission aligned and committed to delivering on the mission and really good people. I also have never experienced so much turnover, turmoil, and dysfunction in a workplace. The negative impact spills over onto personal life, where my husband and grandchildren are telling me that I need to leave the stress of the job at work because I take it out on them, not even realizing I'm doing this. The work environment has noticeably changed to the negative over the last 4 to 6 months, where it's really a hostile work environment. And you're really operating in fear that you're going to be chastised or reprimanded for doing something wrong. I did not want to go into the office today. I was concerned, really, I didn't feel safe going into the office. That has never happened in my entire career. Over the last 4 to 6 months, there are questions, and just continue. Okay. So over the last 4 to 6 months, James has been noticeably more agitated and more arrogant with his messaging as we have been more focused and desperate for money. At times, rude and curt with donors, not really listening to the donors and having a conversation, but demanding that it's just clear the work we do is very, very important. You must see it, just give us your money. We are treating our donors more like ATM machines than cultivating and developing relationships. we come across, he comes across oftentimes that only his time matters, and is very dismissive of who we are meeting with and what we are trying to do. Being desperate and sharing a message with supporters that we're desperate is not something that's helping donors to want to give to us. He frequently has threatened that if he walks away from TV, there will be no TV. That James is TV and TV is James. And I believe that we have a talent in the office and the organization in place that TV can and does deliver results, whether James is speaking for us or not. It is not a healthy environment to be working in. The donors want to investigate they want to invest in investigative journalism. Frequently we're being told it's not just about James, it's the investigative journalism that we're doing. They want to do more of that. We just recently had the largest story in TV history where we've raised almost online alone from the Bible story about $900,000. That's the biggest story to date. We're not even celebrating that, and no message of congratulations to the TV team other than to congratulate the journalists. And of course, he deserves the congratulations, but a whole team puts together what TV is delivering to the marketplace. People need to be recognized for the hard work that they're consistently providing. The donors are pleased we are not doing these one-night hits, where we're really getting into more depth on our journalism and putting more credibility into the stories. That's the feedback that I'm consistently getting from the donors I speak to. We had a high-dollar call with James and Clarice, who was with TV for a couple of weeks. She came on board, a very experienced major gift officer, and in the course of that afternoon making call, Clarice offered a different approach potentially with the donor. James did not really receive that suggestion well and went after Clarice. Clarice ended up leaving within 2 weeks because of the work environment that we are working under. In the middle of January, Barry and I were in James' office to again do calls, and with James we had put together a list that were individuals who had not donated as much as we had forecasted in 2022. We were focusing on the shortfall and growing our revenues. This list is about 20 donors, 5.6 million short in what we had forecast that we would be receiving from them. We wanted James to discuss with them what it would take for them to feel comfortable making an investment in TV and increasing their donations and or renewing their support. James did not receive this well and got very angry at both Barry and myself. The following day, James called to express how dissatisfied he was with what I had done in his office the day before. And part of the discussion was around communication and staying on top of all the messages and things that are thrown around, and I expressed that there's just multiple channels. I do have difficulty at times finding everything because we have it in Telegram, we have it in Teams, we have it in email, etc. It was just being bullied because I didn't deliver. In any case, one of the things that's occurring and that I'm hearing over and over again is that we have the reputation among our donors that we look at them as an ATM machine because we're not really treating them as partners. We're not cultivating a relationship. Another example of that is after our recent Palm Beach event, we were introduced to many new prospects. We developed a list for James to call, so we personally call and thank them for coming and getting to know them. One in particular was someone that was potentially a win-back, and that is an individual that has been given to us in the last couple of years, but she took time out of her schedule, even though she had a dinner later that night, to come and see us. We wanted him to call and just thank her. He chose not to do that. That was not something that he wanted to do. And in addition, we had sent out, we called everybody. We thanked everybody, sent them an email, follow-up email thanking them for being at the event, included a donation link, and we actually got feedback. We got some donations, we also got feedback from them that they appreciated the email that we had sent them. James subsequently, the following week asked us to send an email to all of the donors who had been left a voicemail that we had not yet spoken to, and we were following up with voice. We only received the voicemail. We were following up with calls to talk to them. If he wanted an email to go out with a 5-figure ask in the email, I and the DEVO team did not think that that was appropriate or a good idea. And later that in the afternoon, after the DEVO team had really kind of settled on that, James called and was reprimanding me for not wanting to send that out. The email asked with a 5-digit ask. He asked me why. I said I didn't think it was appropriate. That's not the way you cultivate a relationship. He, during the course of that conversation, I was accused of being the reason that there's such low morale in the entire company, not just his low morale, but the entire company, was as a result of me. And he also suggested that if I don't like the way things are, then there's the door, we can leave the company. We were ordered to go ahead and do that. We drafted it up, and he wanted to review it. Sent it to him a few hours later. He got back to Tom to let Tom know that there was a misunderstanding and that isn't what he had said at all. The treatment at that point in time with that call, the comms department came in from next door to apologize for how we were treated when James called to object to the event. There's other specific incidences, and some of this is not that easy to share, but this is feedback that I'm getting more frequently and more consistently. So I just want to make the statement, this is what I'm being told. This is what I'm being told by prospects and donors who are called. There was an event in Greenwich. James was an hour and 15 minutes late. There were individuals who were dissatisfied because we did not apologize for wasting their time. As well, there were suggestions and comments made that the dress of his girlfriend is not appropriate. When James asked Tom and I to come to his vision box to discuss that, I said that for that event, that she probably was not appropriate dress for an acting event in Greenwich on education. We also have been at other events, and the individuals attending the events have also commented on James's girlfriend. And in Charleston in particular, we had a private dinner. There were assigned seats, and his girlfriend did not want to sit where she was assigned, and made ask and just refused to go where she was supposed to sit. And it was embarrassing because we are guests, and we need to have some level of listening to who's hosting us. Recently, there's been several who are new prospects and donors who have shared that they were having conversations with his girlfriend where she's talking about raising $5 to $10 million and having individuals at dinners and lunches who are ready to write right away checks for $1 million, $10 million, and that there was no tact or finesse coming from his girlfriend. The reason I'm bringing this up is it's reflecting poorly on Project Veritas' reputation. And I understand that you have a personal life and you do have individuals that you were going to be with, but if it brought into part of the company, then we cannot afford to have this kind of information going around or look going around. Because if you're talking about Project Veritas, the donors need to be comfortable in what they're investing in. I have suggested to these individuals they need to share this fact directly with James if they're not willing to write a check, but it's becoming more and more common to hear these kinds of this kind of feedback. So other donor examples are recent meeting in Miami. James was very dismissive of the donor. They wanted to talk about a certain subject, and James was just focused on a recent SI and wanted them to watch that. And his demeanor was just not, it was just disturbing how he was treating them versus really listening and appreciating the fact that they just gave us a $30,000 grant. He's not always hearing what the donor is saying. We worked with a donor out in California who James has said he's going to fund an entire gala and pay for everything, and we started to engage with the donor. In fact, that's not what was happening. The donor was willing to fund awards, cash awards for whistleblowers, and the money was going to come out as normal, his normal annual contribution to us. So there was another incident where he asked for $100,000 at the end of the dinner in December. The Bradley form did not go through to this donor. I was given the task to follow up. James was very frustrated that they didn't have the form. And when I followed up with the donor has not, and still has not committed to giving us the $100,000. We're not sure how much they really want to give us. They are really assessing their relationship with us. I believe, TV deserves to be the best. We owe it to not just to America, but to a lot of undercover journalism, but to the team that's in place that's really doing this tremendous work. In my opinion, James is acting for the betterment of the organization and our ability to grow. Barry was brought in to help develop the platform, and he was appointed interim CEO. He began to put a structure in place and really got us into a routine, which James stopped after the evergreen calls that we tried to do with James. So I think Barry and Tom are integral to structuring and building TV into the media organization it can be. We have the most talented team I've seen since coming to TV, and hope the board can make a decision to allow the company to flourish. I don't believe that James, in a management position of controlling individuals, is going to allow that to happen. And I thank everybody for the opportunity to speak. And if there's any questions or clarification, I have one question. Okay.
This is Joe Barton. Thanks for all your testimony and everything. A lot of negativity there. Can I ask, do you think that James is good at anything? And if so, what are his strengths?
So James is good at being the face of TV, at talking about what it is we do and what we accomplish, talking about the story. But managing the people and interfacing with the donors, he's not developing relationships. And as I said, Joe, it's been the last 4 to 6 months that it's been very pronounced.
Thank you for your information, and I know you and I spoke very briefly yesterday, and I hope you got to Mass. I'm sorry you were late, and I'm sorry about I was just worried about the shortness of time we have, and I apologize profusely for that. For you're under enough pressure. Can you comment on how this has affected you personally?
So I typically have said that this is my third career and this is my best. I absolutely love being a part of Project Veritas. But especially the last 6 months, it has been it's a constant stress ball. I typically get into the office around 6:30 in the morning. I would stay until 8 or later, travel quite a bit, and that was all great. And meeting new people and talking about what Project Veritas brings to the table is great. It's becoming harder and harder to do that as I've experienced the treatment of employees and also the treatment of donors. I mean, it's just not right. I can't sincerely ask for large amounts of money, knowing that potentially we're wasting the money and we're not really being the best we can be to our people and our mission.
You mentioned retention. You cited Clarice, who was there for 2 weeks before she left. You've been involved with TV for quite some years. Have you seen an acceleration in turnover?
So I'm not sure I can answer that, Matt, other than to say, as I said in the beginning, I have never seen so much turnover in any role that I've ever been in. You know, I spent years in corporate and then had my own company. I've never seen turnover like this. Like where people just walk, and you can't disagree if you are bullied. It's not something that I've ever experienced before, and there's a lot of turnover. If you look at who's here now, many people haven't been here. I've been here 2 years, a little over 2 years, and I'm probably one of the longer longevity people.
Do you have a feeling that people are, after we've already discussed the Tuesday meeting and people's reaction to the sort of the violence of that and the berating, do you have a feeling that, as you're talking to employees from the office most frequently, that people are believe people?
I think there are, if there's not a change, there will be a mass accident. There are a lot of people that are everybody is committed to this mission, which is why you go through so much of this mistreatment. But there's a point where it's a breaking point. And I think a lot of people believe after now having spoken up, if our fate is in James's hands, we've got to find something new anyway.
Understood.
And this is Steve Lindy. I gave you a crystal ball. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead. I'm giving you a crystal ball. You can change something today. What is it you would change and why?
I would ask that Tom and Barry and Dan be given the opportunity to structure the company. It cannot be a flat company. It's not going to grow with the team. And James focus on journalism and what he's excellent at, writing books, and allow the company to be structured and put things in place that have improved our journalism and improved our stories. I think Barry and Tom have experience on the marketing and the development side and the platform side of what we're trying to create and grow. Allow that to happen and see where PD can go. It's not that James founded a tremendous organization. We have a tremendous brand, and we don't want to destroy it. If one person can't manage the whole thing, and that's what's happened.
No, I know. I know that. I've been through it where I've managed 75 people and 250 people, and delegation was absolutely imperative. Question for you. You mentioned one event, I think was on Palm Beach Island. Was it?
Palm Beach was, yeah, that was it. I'm sorry, Steve, you're breaking up.
Yeah, Elizabeth. All right. So yes, I've been going in and out on this Zoom thing, but okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. John Sullivan, are you able in queue?
Yeah, I need to let Stefan know. He's the moderator, so just stand by.
Right. Can I just hang up, right?
Yeah.
I just hang up.
What's the number he needs to look for? Matt.
Could be only one in queue.
John Sullivan can do that too.
It ends in.
How many more people do we intend to hear from?
Not seeing that in the queue.
What do you think might be up in phone? What do you?
Just a question.
Yeah, I'm not seeing in the queue.
Point of order, how many more people are we going to intend to hear from?
I mean, certainly not all of the people who have requested to speak, given time issues, but I think we should hear from a few more people from different divisions of the company, not just development.
I'll answer that point and say until the board decides that discussion is over. But anybody can end discussion.
I'm personally inclined to continue until until we as long as we can. If people have to leave, I know you do, we'll be recording it.
Not that he's in the waiting room.
I think I can take this iPad that's down how far, because I do have to get moving.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, I understand. I think this is it's going to be very tough to get people together again to hear.
Taking the iPad to the car. Hopefully, keep going. I'm taking my iPad, which is what I'm zoomed in on my car, and I'll take it with me.
Hi. Yeah, in Lennon. I mean, I think people have a right to speak and present, given that they do not feel heard. And this is the first time they're having an opportunity.
It looks like I was in.
Okay. Please just address your talking to the board and
Before he does, Matt, I just want to read quickly something from the handbook. Retaliation, regarding retaliation, it's strictly prohibited. The company's policy also strictly prohibits any form of retaliation against an employee because the employee complained about harassment or discrimination. Just wanted to get that out there.
Thank you, Joe.
Hello, everyone.
Well,
Is it okay if I just kind of say what I'm here to say?
absolutely.
So I'd like to preface just by saying that I personally have not enjoyed the brunt of what we're discussing today. Honestly, James has only ever been kind to me. My colleagues have explained to me that that's because I'm new here. I've been with the company about 6 months, and quite frankly, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. I have the utmost respect for James, and I recognize every day that he's in an unenviable position, what with the pressure he's under and the persecution that he regularly faces from all fronts. That being said, I think these are precisely the reasons behind the mistreatment of employees. Specifically, last week, I was in the room and witnessed an incident where I honestly afterwards I just had to go outside and take a deep breath, and I contemplated what a pinch it is to be compelled to disagree morally or ethically when doing so may result in termination. It was just essentially the entire development staff disagreeing on something that we thought was very important, and everyone was basically told that it's my way or the highway. If you don't like it, you can leave, which it just kind of hurt morale in a big way, and I think it's, during the release of the most important story in the world, has been frustrating. I very recently was asked to join the development team, and in my short tenure there, a lot of donors expressed frustration about they don't want to pay for things like the Project Veritas experience and things like that. It kind of makes me feel like a snake oil salesman sometimes. It's not easy to say no to James, so when compelled to do so for whatever reason, people fear they might lose their jobs, and I worry, especially lately, when it might suddenly be me berated in front of my colleagues. And again, I can't imagine the pressure James is under, so I've always kind of assumed that's just an outlet for that. And, we all love and respect James, but we're all here for the mission, and I think that's why this is happening. So I don't know what the solution is, but I do know we need to address it somehow if we're able to maintain an atmosphere where we can all focus on getting our meaningful work done. Like Eric Sprackman, I don't know if he's speaking to you guys or has or what, but I've had the pleasure of working directly for Eric since I started. That guy is a powerful, tireless force for PV, and for his own sanity, he might leave the company, and it just breaks my heart. I just don't want to watch these valuable, wonderfully dedicated people just disappear, and I feel like I'm kind of awaiting my turn at the same seemingly inevitable result. So that's really all I wanted to say.
What is your feeling on people's view of the tenability? Continuing this way versus departures versus change, what would you recommend for change? Do you believe that people are looking to leave? Since you were in the office, you speak to people all day.
Yeah, honestly, I actually have already spoken to James about this a little bit. I actually was compelled to write my own letters to James, just a short one, but just to say, I don't know exactly what's been going on, but it's wall to wall in that building right now. Like, people are thinking about leaving because they're frustrated. Like, it's a lot of people, and a lot of my colleagues that I respect and admire and learn a lot from are thinking about leaving. And I don't know what the answer is, but it's definitely untenable, I'd say. Like, I don't know if it's really my place to speak in favor of ex-employees or employees thinking of leaving, but it just feels like PV might always stay in this perpetual state of training and never have like a core force get past the next big hurdle.
Understood. Is there anything else you'd like to add? What you see in the culture of the organization or the way it's managed and led?
I don't know. I mean, I've been wrestling with this for days, and it's just, I'm stressed. I apologize. It's hard for me to think clearly right now. We all care. We all care about the mission. That's why we're here. And we just want to make sure that there's, I don't know, just be completely frank, and maybe I'm not qualified to make this assessment, but I just think things might be better if James wasn't specifically, if you're not specifically involved in personnel management. Like, that's, I don't know if that's the answer, but that's one thing that I could see might alleviate a lot of these problems. We talked about that briefly, James and I, the other day. It seems like he was receptive and was contemplating, but
of the interaction as you were, I think, the first one to approach him in good faith and share your feelings about the culture and the environment of the office.
No.
Well, it essentially, sorry, go ahead.
Nothing. I salute your forthrightness and transparency.
That's the thing. Like, I don't want to have any secrets between me and James or anybody else. Like, we're a team, and I just, it needs to be said. Like, you could feel it. If you were there, you could have felt it. And it sucks James was busy at that present moment, because maybe it would have gone differently, and if everybody was face to face, I don't know. But, I mean, in our conversation, it seemed like James was open to the criticism, and he wasn't like, he didn't react emotionally. He was hearing what I had to say, and it seemed like he appreciated my reaching out and assured me that, I wouldn't be fired for something like that. But then, it essentially came down to the same thing that got what I believe led to the firing of Tom and Barry, which is just, you do have to agree ultimately. Like, regardless of your experience and your personal thoughts on the matter, you do ultimately have to agree, or it's your job. But that's how people are feeling right now, and it just feels antithetical to what we stand for, and it's just frustrating.
Do you believe that there is currently any building consensus within the groups, and then within the groups at what they determine as management?
Can you rephrase that question?
Do you believe that there's any consensus building among the business units? You were in comms, now you're development and management, I believe, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it seems like everyone expects some kind of change, and I mean almost everyone at HQ. Like, I don't think this really affects the wonderful journalists we have on our team, is most of their time is in the field, so we don't really see them too often. But so I can't speak to other departments, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of frustration, in multiple departments in the building: comms, Devo, finance, production. I think our instinct in the moment is to kind of endure and just, if there is a moment where people feel like they're being lambasted unfairly, we all kind of just discreetly apologize for them to each other and keep our heads down and just keep the shit moving.
Have you observed any real, let's say, stark or clearer distinction between at its HQ when James is in the office versus in the field? Is there a difference in that?
I hate to say this, it actually breaks my heart to say this, but we get more work done when James isn't at HQ. And I don't know. Sorry, go ahead. No. I was just gonna say, I don't even know really what I'm advocating for here or what that would entail. Because obviously, I believe PV, James is the face of PV, and people watch more of our content than his face is in the content. We can measurably prove that. So I feel like that's important to add, but I don't know. I mean, I know that there's less anxiety in the office with James is elsewhere doing stuff that's important for him to be doing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Let's keep it moving. If there's no more questions,
All right, guys.
Thank you.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, go ahead.
My name is who I'm speaking to, but my name is I've been working for Project Veritas since January 2019. I was hired as an undercover journalist originally, and I transitioned to the IT team around the end of 2020. At that point, we had Trevor Tomlinson as the IT director. We made a move to bring in an individual named Michael Schaefer, who was going to be the permanent IT director at the time, to look over Trevor and myself. Trevor decided to take leave at that point and leave, which left Mike to be by himself. And when Mike had basically one day of good work at Project Veritas. After that, and I was the only one helping out with Mike in the IT department, so just me and him. I was one-on-one. Whenever there was a problem, it was Mike and me coming to help, especially when it came to games. And I'll never forget, and it's my fault, kind of, because I let this occur in front of me multiple times, and I was young still at the time. I mean, I still am, but, I've grown and learned a lot. And I watched as one time James used to hate the word process. He didn't like the word process. For some reason, it triggered him. And Mike was talking something IT related in a leadership meeting. I didn't know at the time, I'm not in a leadership meeting. But Mike had said to James that there needs to be a process to this. Yeah. Because whatever he was trying to do, trying to push it forward without going through the right way that you should be going through. And I understand, some people don't understand the IT world. I get it. It's different. But the minute he had said that, unfortunately, James had, it was ultimate against my face. And every day, my face, no matter what he did, the minute James saw him, the minute there was ever a thing where we had to help James, it was just anxiety-driven ridicule, especially in front of people. And it was horrible because, I wanted to pick up a little bit, but at the same time, I wasn't perfect, I'll be honest with you. Just my friend, I love it. This is nothing against James. I hate doing that. I actually, it gave me anxiety to come on the call. But I can't lie. Mike Schaefer fears coming to work every day. That man fears, he literally told me one time, I don't want to come in, James is a bully, and I know he's just gonna absolutely rip me apart in front of everybody else, and no one's gonna say anything, and it didn't. And that's, including myself, and that's my self-explaining as well. But, he just took it and took it and took it, and one day, he found this guy named Josh, who's our IT director now, love Josh. But the one thing that I was so happy, and unfortunately when Mike left, was that James liked Josh. And I was so happy for that. So I prayed. I literally prayed every night that James would like Josh so that I wouldn't have to deal with the anxiety I would get every single time I walk into his office and worry, and I didn't think James only knows me one time the whole time being there. I will tell you that straight up. He's been nothing but great to me. He's a great person, he's a great leader, and I still believe he's the face of Project Veritas forever. But I also can't ignore that it may not happen to me, but Mike was actually my friend too, because he helped me learn to get to where I'm at right now. And it pained me every day. He would come in either really late, he wouldn't even come in at all sometimes. And then people would be like, well, Mike's not, why am I not, Mike's not going? I was going to be like, Mike's afraid of James. Because one, it just doesn't sound like, it just sounds childish, it sounds like, but it's the truth. It was just the utter truth. And Mike just couldn't wait to leave. He's like, listen, I love Project Veritas. I believe in everything James does. There's nothing against anything he built. I completely respect him. But I literally cannot take getting ripped apart every single day I come to work and fearing my boss every single day. And it's honestly the one time that I've had that one-on-one interaction where I see James unfortunately not, I don't know what to call it. It's either he likes you or he doesn't. And unfortunately he didn't like mine. And I got to see that side of him a while. It went from around February 2021 until Josh came on around right before the flood. So I saw it. I went through months of it. And I helped Mike as much as I could. And there were times I would go to help James just so Mike wouldn't have to go in. I knew things would be a little bit easier on me. And, maybe I can get things fixed so that Mike wouldn't have to deal with that. Now, I can't attest to anybody else's one-on-one because I wasn't really there. I'm not going to lie to you. But I will tell you this. My friends, my coworkers are my friends. I've been here I'm going in 5 years at this place. That's 20 years. And I mean that in a good way. It's just the type of fucking work we do. Excuse my language, I'm sorry. It's just the type of work we do. And I'm 26 years old. I never thought I'd see the world that I see. And I see the world in a completely different way than I ever thought I would. But I've seen the rollover. I'm not me, figuratively, but I've locked out people when they're fired countless times. Way more than I've put new equipment in their hands. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's just the truth. And like I said before, I love James, but he's literally one of my closest friends. And it pains me. It pains me to this day. It pains me. It hates me. But I can't sit there and let what happened to Mike happen to more people that I care about. Because I see it happen. It just used to happen to Mike, for a short period of time. But I've seen it trickle down. It's so a lot more people. It's not to me. Like I said, I don't get any of it. And, maybe it's because I do much. I don't know. But I've seen it. I see it with my friends. And I get it. People have disagreements and people may think differently, but that's what makes our organization so great, that people think differently and then they can, have the courage or at least be able to feel confident that they can at least speak up and have a difference of opinion. Now people don't feel that way. Now people feel that if they have a different opinion and he doesn't like it, then they're going to deal with shit. And they're going to get ridiculed and ripped in front of everybody else and no one's going to say anything. And I'll be honest with you, nobody does anything. Nobody said anything for years. Nobody said, I haven't been. Because nobody wants to deal. Nobody wants to deal with that shit. Nobody wants to deal with that. And it's sad that we're at this point, but for Project Veritas to continue and be the way it is, and continue and fight a good fight and have the pull and push that we have, we can't have rollover like we do. And it's just the truth. It's just the inevitability. I'm telling you, it's what I see. I see it. I'm the person that onboards and offboards people. I see it all the time. This person should have gone. Why is this person getting fired? Why is this person? It's like there's more fires behind. And something needs to change. And I don't know what, it may be, but I want to say that I do believe, like I said earlier, James is still the face of this company. And he built it. I'm not taking anything away. I can never do what he did. I can never deal with or wake up every day and feel. The closest thing I ever felt was when we woke up today and he was raided by the FBI. And I had to go and get his devices myself. And I saw the news last night, and it finally hit me that I was like, wow, this is actually atrocious. Like, holy shit. Like, these people are horrible people. I can't imagine waking up and dealing with that. So I'm not taking anything away from him when I come to that at all. And I like I said, he's my friend. But at the same time, I can't BS around what I see. And I see my friends and my colleagues, they don't feel confident in ever giving their differences of opinion at all. They think they'll be ridiculed and belittled in front of everybody else, and then nobody else will say anything. And two, they just feel like the company is not focused fully on what we should be focusing on, like what we should be doing, which is Project Veritas work, which is undercover journalism. That's what we were hired for. And that's just the honest truth.
Your first name was it? Yeah.
What are the things away from
okay.
When you say, focusing on undercover journalism, versus what?
First, what are the theater and the acting, and I get it, and I get it changes it takes thing away from all of it, which everyone should have. Everyone should have something, that takes you away from work in your life, and you can enjoy something. And I understand that, but when you pull people, when we got pulled to do, Oklahoma, I'm a team player, I get it. And especially I'm the IT guy, I gotta be a team player. I gotta make sure everything works. But I'm sitting there, I'm like, why are we doing this? How is this helping TV? No offense, and I'm not comms, I'm not production, but I can go on a comment on Instagram, I can go on a comment on YouTube, I can go to the comments and just read what people say when we do these things. They don't think it's attractive to the brand, they don't think it helps what we're doing, fighting the fight, and they honestly get turned off by it. They think it's just not Project Veritas. It's one thing for James to be doing it. That's all fine. I have nothing against that. But the people that were hired to the company were hired to be doing undercover journalism, and any of their attributes are supposed to be used for those types of jobs. I feel like that's not where we're going when we do these. And I'm not going to say I didn't enjoy it. I'm not going to lie to you and say I didn't enjoy it. But I will say that I thought the whole time, I'm like, how does this help TV? Because it's not like it was helping TV. I didn't see any okay, we did this, now this brought this amount of money or anything. Of course, not that means development, but it's just the truth. And, that's what I have to say to that comment.
I really appreciate your thoroughness and candor, and you've addressed many things. One thing I wanted to ask, because at 5 years, you're over 3 times longer tenure than the average person at PV, which is about 1.4 years at average turnover. Is that correct? That's what I've been told. And you commented on the turmoil of tenure. So I have kind of 2 questions. One is some outsiders. Well, let me ask the first question that I have. This is the main one. In that 5 years, and you talked about the FBI raid and all these other extremely stressful events that have been visited upon us in the last year plus. Have you seen a change in have the behaviors always been there, or do they amplify from stresses? Understandably, most human beings couldn't handle anywhere near the stresses that James and all of you have been under. So I salute you and I salute James for that. But I think have you seen a change in qualitatively or just quantitatively in some of the issues that you brought up?
I honestly believe that when we started first started because I remember when I first got hired, Project Veritas to now. So I've seen James transition from 2019 to now. And I've seen everything that's come from there, from the Amy Roback tape to then to the Minnesota story. And that's realistically when it really started to, I could see James, it was a lot, even a lot for me. I would come home and talk to my friends with it, overwhelmed with like what I would tell them, like, obviously I would put out the story, about what was happening. And it was too overwhelming for them to even hear. So like, I understand the overwhelming and like emotion part of it, and it was for all of us. But I honestly think like when we hit the Minnesota story, and from then on, the stress level 100% picked up. Like, it's just the truth. It went from, nobody used to care, like, if James is in the office or not. And they've been in a good way. Like, it wasn't like, oh, James in the office? Oh, thank God he's not off. I can, I don't have to worry about getting yelled at or something like that. Like, it never used to be like that. James used to be in the office all the time. Work was fine. It just, just with stress and everything like that, it's just natural. But you have to check yourself. Because I don't know if you realize this, but like, we want and are expressed. Like, whether you like it or not, because we are around them the most. And we care about Project Veritas, which he still. We're going to treat his friends with respect. And like, he does, a lot of the time too. But a lot of the time, sometimes he doesn't. And it's just the truth. And I get it, you're the boss and CEO, I completely respect that. But when people can't even, we're supposed to, feel free enough to like, give our opinion, and then at the end of the day, if everybody else votes against us, then that's the way it is, and it's fair and square. But at least you were able to voice your opinion confidently and respectfully. But I feel like now it's not like that. People don't feel that confident. The only time that people probably feel that confident is when everybody at the company is in one room at all. Because you kind of have, so many voices that people will always speak up for each other. But when you're in an office environment with 8 people coming in around, there's only about, I'd say like 25 people, 30 people in the office. After a while, people just are like, I don't feel like getting yelled at. And I get it. And I understand that, but it shouldn't be like that. And that's the way it is, unfortunately. And getting back to what you said, I honestly would say, yeah, of course. Right when November 2020 kicked off and we started, the Biden administration took over and they really saw, in my opinion, they saw our pull and push in America, and that's why they went full throttle to stop us. And that's when all the stress and anxiety kicked in. Rightfully so. I'm not taking that away. I'm not saying that that's not, like normal. It is. But you have to learn that you have to respect your employees too and their opinions. You can't just blast out on them because you're and I get it. It's so easy for me to say because I don't have that stress. It's so easy for me to say you can't go off on those people because you like you're not dealing with that, and I'm not. But you have to because that's what a good leader would do. They would protect themselves. Of course, we're all human. We make mistakes. There will be times that you might have yelled at someone that you shouldn't, and then when you realize that, and maybe somebody even tells you that because I know people have thought I've tried to talk to James about stuff. But I'll be honest with you, I don't want to, like, I saw Michael Schaefer, I was like, I don't want to be on that end. Like, I really don't. And I like being president. I like having that conversation and being able to talk to him. But I tell him stuff in confidence, and he told me in confidence too. But at the same time, I see my colleagues, and like, it's wrong. And I can't just sit back and take it. And, whatever happens. I've been here for a long time. I love this place, but it's just the truth. I have to say what I need to say.
Thank you so much.
I know everyone knows your commitment to peace. Have you thought about rethinking your commitment to TV based on the way the culture is?
The honest truth is, I always told everyone the only way I would ever leave this company is if I was fired or something like ridiculous happened. But we're at a crossroads. I'll be honest with you. There's a crossroads right now because I can't be like, I'll stay and then James just goes back just because you're going to drive away people that are good for this company that help the company and help spread the word of undercover journalism and all the stories that we do. And when we're at this crossroads where you can't keep going down the same path, it's just atrocious. It's not going to build a company. It's going to break it down and deteriorate it. Like, there needs to be a change. And that doesn't mean, and I know James. I know how he is. Just like he probably knows a lot about me. And one thing I know about James, it's not going to be like, take some time and then come back and go back to what you do, because he's not going to change. Like, he needs to learn that, like, okay, maybe, like, you built the company. Don't get me wrong. I understand it. But it's 2023 now. Like, you can be the face and you can still do the undercover journalism. But in my honest opinion, and like I said, I'm just an IT guy, okay? I'm giving my opinion. It may mean nothing. But you can't be firing all those people. Especially the way you did it to Barry and Tom. I respect Tom, and I respect Barry, and I've only known him a couple months. But if there's one thing I've learned about that guy's got plenty of freaking money. He does not need to be doing what we're doing. He does not need to be helping us. You know, I kind of like, I think of it like Trump. Like, Trump didn't need to go and run for president. He had plenty of money to be chilling. And this guy, Barry, he could be chilling, not worrying about anything. But he took the time out of his day to come out and work for us and help us, especially help our development team that obviously needs help. And you're going to go cut the knees? It's like being in a park and somebody's like, yeah, let's go pick a basketball. And then they take a hammer to your knees and say, yeah, let's go play now. It's unbelievable. And like, I can't. It kills me. And like I said, I listen to orders. I locked out Tom Barry, just like I always would. I didn't go against anything. Like, because I respect and I know that James is the leader. But I'll be honest, with managing people, he's not good. He's not good at managing people. Sometimes he's just too cruel. And I get it. You have to be stern as a boss. And I get that. But it's to an extent too. If you start to see that a lot of people are just like tuning out and you're wondering why people don't have motivation to come to the office and motivation, why do you think that is? It's not that they don't care about TV. Man, we got people like my buddy Eric keeps posting about TV when he doesn't even need to be. Because he loves it. But then you have these people, then they don't feel comfortable at work. They just feel like they're about to get destroyed. They can't actually get their own opinion. They just say, yeah, whatever does that. Whatever gets me out of this meeting so I don't have to worry about getting absolutely ripped apart in front of everybody else. And that's one thing, and I don't know, I've never even told James this, but I always made it my duty. After my paper, I said to myself, I said, listen, I love James. But the day that shit happens to me, I don't need anybody to stand up for me. I am and he knows I'm loud. I will not take it. But thankfully so, I never ever had to take it. And God may bless me, I don't know. But James is a great undercover journalist. He's a great freaking leader when it comes to Project Veritas, but he's not good at managing people. He's not good at hiring and firing. In my honest opinion, I don't think he is. And that's actually it can't be, and I'm almost done. And it can't be like I said, he can take some time when he comes back, but he can't be managing the people when he comes back. He still be the leader and everything, but you can't be the one, hiring and firing people, because honestly, like, he was fired Tom. Like, I'm sorry, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, from an outside perspective, it's the stupidest thing ever. I could not believe when I got that. I could not freaking believe it. I was like, this is unreal. I'm sorry. I get so emotional about it, but it's because I care. I care. And like I said, I'm going to cut myself off now. Like I said at the beginning of this, I respect him. He's my friend. I love him to death, man. I don't care if he hates me after all this. I don't care. My opinion will not change. But I have to say something because I care and love my friends and colleagues as well. I've been here long enough to say that, so thank you for listening.
You've been extremely clear and totally, there's no, I really appreciate your candid and no filter, you're the extreme candor that you've exercised. But what would you say to somebody who was an outside advisor, not on our board, that says, James, just get ready for a lot of turnover, or somebody that said to me, this is somebody else that said to me that's not on our board, that would say, there's a lot of, you don't understand nonprofits. They have more turnover than other organizations. And that's just the way they are. And And some of us that have been on nonprofits would disagree with that.
I have
a question for you.
Okay. Should I answer?
It's quick. Were you ordered to lie? Are you in charge of like social media accounts or somebody else in charge?
No, I'm not in charge of social media accounts. I don't have any passwords for any social media accounts or anything. I'm just in charge.
You know
of phone for
who's in charge of the social media accounts? Do you know?
Eric. I honestly, I think it would be Eric, but I honestly do not know. Like I said, I'm not in communications. I don't have any information when it comes to who's in charge of any of the social media accounts whatsoever. I don't have anything.
Okay. Thank you.
You can regard my questions as rhetorical.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. You shouldn't have the high turnover skill, and it's honestly, I don't know where else to like point the direction besides the person that's hiring and firing. I'm sorry, like I don't like it. There's some people of course deserve to get fired. Don't get me wrong. There are people that were fired that deserve it, but there are also people that got fired that I personally think didn't deserve it. And that's just my opinion on it. But I'll tell you one thing: Barry and Tom definitely did not deserve to get fired. It's ridiculous. And I would say it's his face. And I don't care how you take it. I don't care if you wouldn't like it, because I care about James enough that I would tell him the truth. I wouldn't be happy because it got to that point where it's like, I was going to say anyway, like whether this whole situation happened or not, I was going to tell him Monday, like, no offense, James, I don't agree with firing Barry and Tom. You can do whatever you want, but I think it's a horrible decision for this company. I think it's a horrible, like, it just shows that we're just going to continue our high turnover rate because Barry was here for like 3 months or whatever. So, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
This is Steve Lemming. Thank you so much. You have the most compassionate and forthright different statements regarding what's going on. Thank you.
No,
Hey,
thanks, Angela.
I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you very much for your time and your candor. It's extremely useful, and I have to say, somewhat amusing as well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. I won't screw up your, or should I say, fuck up your first name again, hopefully.
Not that hard.
Don't worry. Thank you. And you think about running for office.
Let's keep it moving.
All right. Let's see. That's it again. Please.
Yep. Stefan. Then 6
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Just tell everyone who you are, how long you've been, what your role is, and what's on your chest.
Yeah, sure. My code name's Lithium. I'm one of the undercover journalists here. I've been here for just north of 3 years. So with everything that's come to light, I feel the need to speak out about some things that have happened recently that have troubled me and upset me. In regards to James, and the first one is the main one that I want to focus on, which is November 17th. I was given a call by Jitsu at the time, and it was about noon. And he called and he said, "Hey, listen, James James wants somebody at Mohawk right now. There's the education subject. I can't find anybody else. And part of that too is, I want your girlfriend to come too. Like, it's all good, it's all taken care of, but we need that as a cover because, the idea was they know TV's here. We want you to be able to list an education subject. You can't be affiliated with us and mingling with us while you're there because of that, but also at the same time, you don't want to be the alone guy at the bar." So it makes perfect sense. Now, I think immediately, this is a weekday and my girlfriend works from home. And I think immediately there's no way this is going to work. She's going to call all day. Well, I I ended up talking to her. I said, let me get right back to you. I ended up talking to her, and she speaks to her boss, and she made, her boss made an exception for her, and she ends up actually using her own PTO to take the day off and to come with me to New York. So we slammed the bag together. We went to New York, and we sat down at the bar, and we started listening subjects. Right now, we saw a few people from TV, but they understood, which I made very clear to Jitsu that everyone understands that we weren't to engage in everything. That was the whole point. So we're sitting at the bar, the carriage lounge with Mohawk, and I'm listening, and my girlfriend's role was really just to be there as my girlfriend and just talk to a wife or something like that. So I'm doing my thing, and I get to about where I have 3 contacts made of education subjects, and I look over to my right, and James was at the bar, and he was like 6 feet away, and he's looking right at me. And James is pointing towards the subject that he wants me to talk to. All right. And I knew what the plan was, so I tried to not ignore James, but not engage because I knew this was a dicey situation. Well, this turned into RC coming in, and going to the other end of the bar, and all of a sudden James was, engaging a subject himself. So this quickly cleared out the bar, as you can imagine. But before that, James had a conversation with a man probably about 6 to 10 feet away from me. Him and this guy had a very brief conversation, and the guy I'm not sure exactly what was said. It was a lot of packed bar at the time, and all of a sudden, I figured, well, he's here, he's doing this, I'm going to get a B-roll shot. James is talking to somebody, I got to get a B-roll shot. So I get a perfect B-roll shot. And we go back to the room. Well, James's audio failed, and he was loud mic'd up, and it completely failed. James never acknowledged the fact that, his audio failed or anything. He just, let's see what we got. And we checked, and there was virtually nothing. Very, very chopped up audio, didn't catch anything. So he wanted to check my B-roll. This turned into pulling up the B-roll, and it slightly caught the audio, but it didn't catch it enough to be able to do anything with it. And part of that was the bartender coming up and saying to my girlfriend, do you want another drink? And she said, yeah, sure, I'll take one, right? When we're back in the room and we discover that, James makes it a point and thinks that there's this important moment that my girlfriend spoke over, and that not only that, but I was responsible for not capturing the audio. So in the hotel room, both of us got lightly lectured, including her, a non-employee, a non-contractor, anything, somebody who just came to help. We get lectured about how, the audio, we need to not talk whenever he's doing something. We need to be more vigilant. I should have done something else. It's never been my job to capture someone else's audio ever. That does fall under eavesdropping, actually. And so this happened, and I'm upset about it, but I don't really say anything. And what got me to the point where I was, where I wasn't able to forget about it was whenever I started hearing other colleagues coming to me. I had 2 separate colleagues that came to me and said that James was talking bad about me and my girlfriend, specifically my girlfriend, behind our back. And the exact quote that I was given from a colleague was that it fucked the whole thing up or something, or Lithium's girlfriend fucked the whole thing up talking over, or something like to that effect. And I got that from 2 separate colleagues that told me that. And, you can imagine how that made me feel after we, jumped last minute. No thank you, anything like that. And, I just, I honestly, it really hurt because I didn't expect, I never had any sort of treatment like that from James. And I didn't think James would do something like that or talk behind the backs of us, especially after we didn't even get a thank you. But, you know, we did our job, or I did my job, and she came along and didn't have to. And it just felt very unappreciated, and, you know, it killed my morale. The follow-up to that is that you know, with the whole Jitsu thing, I spoke up after Jitsu. You know, when we had the call that the Jitsu was departing, and I spoke up, and I know that, you know, there was really, you know, Jitsu cut me off, and he was like, all right, you know, I appreciate it, listen, and everything like that. But at the end of the day, nobody else really said anything. James didn't say anything on the call. Dan did and everything, and, you know, but Dan did, at the end, acknowledge, like, you know, part of what I said. James didn't say anything, as far as, like, indirectly to what I said, but he did call me later that night. I'm on my way to get my daughter, and James called me, and he immediately tells me he wants to talk about what I said on the call. And I started talking to him, just, you know, the way that I talk, and I can tell he was agitated, but he snapped after the first maybe sentence that I said. And I'm paraphrasing, but it was something very close to the effect of, first of all, you don't gotta talk to me like you're in a fucking job interview. Like, it was aggressive. And I was taken aback by it because I'd never heard him talk like that. Like that was the first time that I had heard him speak to me like that. And I told him, I said, James, I'm just trying to talk to you about the situation. This conversation went on as I was driving to get my daughter for a while, where James basically continued conflating, my questioning of his decision to, you know, make Jitsu team captain and all the decisions that were made with not being mission driven or, you know, not being fully on board. And that's the thing that I see is a perpetual problem. I think James is very talented at conflating, having questions about his leadership with not being aligned with TV's core values and mission. And I just couldn't, I couldn't disagree more. I ended up getting to pick up my daughter, and, she, you know, I told him, I said, James, I gotta go. I'm getting my daughter right now. And he just said, have fun with your daughter, and hung up the phone. And so, you know, I gotta be honest, you know, I want to share this too. Since then, I haven't felt, you know, and with other things that I've heard from colleagues and experiences they've had, it made me feel very uneasy about the company that once was my dream job. It doesn't feel like that anymore. I mean, I'm getting a little emotional talking about it, to be honest. I come from a small town, and this is the biggest break I've ever been given in my life. But, you know, I can only withstand some, you know, a certain kind of treatment, and I demand a certain level of respect. And I just, this literally has turned from my dream job into something where I can't even believe I'm on this call. It just feels very hostile. It feels like, you know, James has 100% absolute control over everything. Within the last 6 months, I've had 2 separate instances, which this is another issue itself, that you know, I have an issue with it. I've had 2 instances where I've been given a release date for my content by Pam for content that I've worked on. The one being, I believe, 5 months of investigating. I'm given a release date, and I have cut downs and drafts and subtitles and everything, and then James shuts it down at the last minute. So really, the editorial process is James says yes or no. And, you know, that's just something that, I don't know. I really don't know what James doesn't have full control over. I'm sorry, did someone say something?
No, you're good, looking.
No, okay, never mind. My bad. But no, I'll wrap it up with this. I felt like especially the Mohawk situation, which hurt me the most. You know, I've been thinking about this for a while, and like, to me, our ethics and core values are, I mean, I love this organization. I love what I do. I love everything about it. And, you know, do I feel good about looking for other jobs because I feel insecure about my job right now? No, I don't feel good about that. But I have a 6-year-old daughter that I have to provide for. So with stuff like this going on, I don't know if James is going to retaliate for what I said. I don't know if, you know, what's going to happen with the company, but I fear it. And, you know, that's what I've started doing because I have no other option. And at the end of the day, my number one priority is to, you know, be able to provide for my daughter, whom, not to mention, I've spent countless weekends, getting coverage for. And I'm a partial custodian. I only get her on weekends. I've sacrificed time and arranged, you know, daycare and things like that so that I can do this job, so that I can pursue investigations. And I've just given a lot to this company. So this is all just very disheartening. And to the Mohawk point, as I wrap this up, I just wanted to say that I felt like that was a classic example of breaking our ethical value number 10, which is being accountable. I feel like James did not hold himself accountable whatsoever for his audio failing, his personal audio failing. And I feel like he played the blame game, which isn't something that I haven't seen before out of James. And he looked for someone to be impressed with.
I have one question for you, it's really on a personal level. Are you a dance dad?
I'm sorry?
Are you a dance dad? Do you take your daughter to dance at rehearsals and so on?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God. That's my wife. Okay, thank you. Wow. I know exactly. For those folks listening who don't understand what I just asked and got an answer to, you have no clue how difficult that is.
I understand it. I'm in your club. I have a question for you. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm sorry, I just said yes. It's a lot, but it's so rewarding.
I know. Anyway.
As the undercover journalist, are there any rules about having backup audio?
Yeah. So the rule is you should always have 2 forms of audio on you at all times.
Did James have 2 forms of audio?
No.
That both fails? Yeah.
No. And I wanted to say something, but he was already in the process of telling me it was my fault.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Hey, thanks. It's great to run into you briefly the next day at lunch. I think it was so cool meeting with you, and appreciate your information and the sacrifices that you made for the job.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I appreciate every one of you, and you know, again, I'm even taking this call is disheartening, but I can't. I love this organization too much, you know, to not do it. And you know, the truth is paramount, and that's you know, that's what we're here for. And sometimes it's tough, but you know, I would take this call 1,000,000 times again for the right thing.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Stefan, can you hear me?
Yep, no, I'm in. Yep, no, I can hear you.
Okay.
That is in.
Should be in and on mute.
Okay, done.
Are you on?
Hey, yes, I'm on.
Right. Please tell the assembled board members and observers name, what your role is, how long you've been with the organization, and then proceed to share with us whatever you want to share.
Yeah, my name is, I am a major gift officer, and I've been with the organization since January of 2020, so just over 3 years. And whenever I was asked to speak before the board today, I was immediately overwhelmed with fear and anxiety, but I think those feelings are exactly why I knew I needed to speak to you all today. The mission of Project Veritas is one that I fully believe in, and I'm willing to risk the repercussions of speaking openly if it will help change the future culture of our organization, because I care about it so much. And I want to start by, saying that I really do. I respect everything that James has done. No one else is doing the work that Project Veritas does, and that's due to James being the visionary to build what we have now. But it's the mission of PV. That's the reason why I've stayed with the organization as long as I have. Since my employment in January 2020, I've just come to learn that obedience and intimidation is the culture being created and what is actively promoted at Project Veritas. Working here over the last few years has impacted me mentally and emotionally, spilling over into my personal life where my mood is impacted based on James' treatment of me or my colleagues. While here, I've witnessed a lot of turnover. Our average is 1.5 years, and that's the same exact thing as the fast food industry. And that's really unfortunate because I have never been surrounded with a group of people who are more dedicated, mission-driven, and overall just really incredible human beings. And not only have I seen the culture go down internally, as the only remaining major gift officer at this point for the organization, I can attest that it's now becoming more external, and this is happening at a rapid pace, which makes it difficult for me in fundraising and those left on my team to achieve our goal of that. And so, really, I want to kind of go through a few examples. And so in 2020, there was concern of a mole in the office leaking information to the public. And so a majority of the staff were required to travel to headquarters. So I had to fly there just for this reason, to be interrogated by 2 private investigators who were hired to identify the mole. At the conclusion of the interrogation, I was told by the 2 PIs who questioned me that they knew I was legitimate, they didn't have any concerns based on my answers, as well as the fact several of my colleagues had expressed confidence that I was not the mole. But then at some point, James had brought me into his office to question me a second time with the COO and CLO who were employed at the time. Mainly, he was just questioning, I think, my loyalty to the organization. And then after the interrogation took place, the staff were never provided with a conclusion around who the mole was, and that's even after staff asked a few different times during all staff calls or all hands meetings on the conclusion. And because of that whole experience, morale was so low, colleagues were questioning their trust in one another, and it led to less collaboration, everyone being siloed, and it was an overall unproductive work environment. In 2020, also, I suffered through the unfortunate experience of a miscarriage. So I had taken about, half of a week off to work to physically and mentally heal from that. But James was pretty adamant that he wanted me to return back to work, and went as far as telling my supervisor at the time that he didn't give a fuck about my situation and to me I was retired. So as you can imagine, whenever in 2021 I learned that I was being never customer expecting a very healthy baby boy, I was incredibly afraid to tell James this news. I even took Jen, who's head of our HR, out for a coffee to tell her, and then immediately followed up with, the anxiety about how I'm supposed to tell James I'm expecting a baby, how it's going to take this, or is it going to negatively impact my relationship and my employment. I requested that she be in the room with me when I shared the news with him, and he definitely seemed to take it well, but it was just another example of the fear-based work environment that's been in the culture. In the summer of 2021, when I was 8.5 months pregnant, I was actually brought in to be questioned by the FBI because I was present at the January 6th rally. I was there with Project Veritas supporters, and they were introducing me to prospect donors. I never got clarification from the FBI on why they were interrogating me, but my belief is that the FBI was trying to get me to provide the donor names, which I never did. But during this entire experience, from the very first FBI call, speaking with my attorneys, to the actual interrogation, I never heard one word from James showing encouragement or support. The next time James and I spoke about it was months later, where he jokingly said that he completely forgot that had happened, and then immediately went back to the topic that he was more focused on at the time. And I found this ironic, given the fact that he never forgave a former colleague that we worked with on development and what he used to consider a friend. He never forgave him whenever he didn't check on him when James was raided by the FBI. A more recent example, I had a great stewardship and cultivation call with a brand new supporter. They gave a six-figure donation for the first time in 2022 on my caseload, that James had stated that he wanted this person to give 7 figures this year. There was no strategy to make an ask on this phone call. It was more of a happy new year. Thank you for your support last year. What can we do better? I'd like your feedback. But the call went so well that the donor said they were going to send a six-figure donation. I, said thank you to the donor, and then immediately after we hung up, I called Tom and Barry to ask how I should type this update in the development teams channel because I just knew that James was going to be upset with me about it. Barry and Tom were very supportive and also apologetic that my initial reaction to closing a six-figure donation was anxiety. But that's just kind of the harsh reality working here. So I posted the update and I worded it in a way that Barry and Tom suggested, and then found out that my fears were confirmed that James was upset, and in fact told my colleague traveling with him that my donation was not to be celebrated because it was not 7 figures, and he didn't want to hear any excuses about it only being January, and that he had even called Dan to discuss his feelings of displeasure, and that he wanted to have a discussion with me in the near future. And so the next time that I saw James was that evening after we had a dinner event, and then the TV team all went out to dinner. And then at the end of the dinner, I approached James to let him know that I would be seeing him tomorrow for the police and firefighters call, and was looking forward to it, where he made a comment in front of the people at the table that he was not happy with the fact that the donor wasn't sending 7 figures now. I tried to just reassure him that I believed it would increase this year. It's only January, there's 11 months left in the year, and that it wasn't my goal to intentionally not get them to give 7 figures in January. But the way that he was speaking with me, I guess was concerned by people who were sitting there, because afterwards I had some colleagues come up to me saying that I handled the situation well, and they apologized that James was speaking to me the way he was. Recently, we had a generous friend, PB, host us for an event in her home, with about 100 to 120 attendees. I made follow-up contact at the next week with about half of that list, while the remainder of them were on either James, Joanne, or Barry's call list. And even though I had established the beginnings of a relationship with these prospect supporters, James demanded we send a mass email asking each attendee for a minimum of $25,000. And so while the whole development team, as well as the CFO, as well as the executive director, all agreed this is not the right decision, James became verbally abusive to my team, saying, no one says no to James O'Keefe, and if you don't do what he says, you have to go find somewhere else to work. He even went as far as to state that Joanne was the reason his morale was so low, and that she was personally responsible for morale being low across the entire organization. And so then after several hours, James then made it seem as though we misunderstood his instructions, even though we were all on the same page and he wasn't. But James never apologized for that. And also, I think that's what broke Michelle with the back with Barry. James believed Barry was subordinate, because a few days later, Barry was wrongfully terminated because he refused to back down from James. In terms of how James treats my team, he's very regularly wishy-washy. Targets always do the same, so it seems as though we can never meet his expectations. And so examples of that are asking for a list of donor names to contact, only to not actually want to do those calls when they're scheduled to, because we focus on something else he doesn't want to. And then asking us for a new list of donor names to contact, even though we haven't completed the first list that we wanted to contact. Saying that we do not need to tell him how to handle donor communication when it comes to his caseload around the strategy. But then also, equally being upset with us because it's our job to provide him with who, what, when, where, and how, because his time is so valuable and it's so limited. and he regularly reviews us and saying that he has to do our jobs for us. Being unrealistic in terms of what the expectations are in terms of the money raised, we lost 3 different people on the development team, me being the only other major gift officer in title, and we also missed our budget by $8 million. Instead of coming and looking at it from a logical perspective, he increased it from $30 million to $35 million for this year, which is $13 million more than we raised in 2022. And then, when Barry and Tom and the team just tried to approach James about setting realistic goals, he was just very, he just vehemently disagreed and said that $35 million was going to be the goal because that's what he said. The internal behavior has become external, and especially towards those we need support from as a 501c3 nonprofit. An example of that would include being late to donor meetings where we are trying to obtain our first donation or a second donation, being late to VIP portions of events that where people have paid to be and have time with James, and they end up giving little to no time to engage with him, even though they've paid for that. Not showing up to donor meetings with wealthy prospects that he asked to be set up last minute because he was at the gym. Not actively listening or engaging with supporters when they speak to him, which is especially embarrassing for me when I'm there, but especially when even supporters who he insists to donate a certain amount or they've given him a significant donation to us already. Looking at his phone during donor events or during donor meetings, clearly ignoring donors when they're speaking to him and making them feel unimportant. Being rude by making abrupt and very aggressive acts whenever these people barely know us and they're trying to get to know us. Arguing with donors, sometimes aggressively, when donors have objections or questions about James' strategy, even though this is a normal part of the cultivation process. We want supporters to become more involved, and that will oftentimes include questions and objections and trying to figure out why we make the decisions that we do. And we have lost large supporters because of this behavior, and it kind of fallen off the grid. But because of all these actions, I think donors are realizing that they are being viewed as 18 emissions by James, and that they are transactional, and rather than being the transformational investors helping TV grow to the next level. And I'm increasingly meeting with supporters who have told me that they will give me, a $5,000 or a $10,000 article donation, that they will not majorly invest in the quote unquote, James O'Keefe show. And really, I started to see more of that as an example, that they will give money towards James's musicals and plays, and we should be investing in the investigative journalism and stories. And after the Project Veritas experience, we lost quite a few supporters. But, whenever those concerns were brought up to James, he said he's going to do what he wants to do because it's his organization. But donors have increasingly expressed concern over James' judgment and decision making, in particular around their lawsuits and legal bills, but also when it comes to his behavior in the videos, especially as of late, making remarks to me about how his ego, arrogance, and maturity. An example would be from the recent SI videos of Goldman calling him a punk, telling him to look into the face when he's talking to him, and the Twitter employee that he literally chased around New York City. I think that James' caseload did not produce as it has in the past, and if it had, we would have been way closer to meeting our $30 million goal. But because he's told the team to stay out of the relationships and strategies, we don't really see the full picture around why they aren't donating and not currently supporting us. He's also started to give the strong impression to our prospects and supporters that we are in a desperate situation, claiming that he's the only one raising money. He loves to say that he's the only one that raises money for this organization. No one raises money other than James. And that he needs the support right now, and that he should be focusing on the journalism, but he has to travel around and do events to keep his organization afloat. And this isn't really a strong argument to make to people who are successful and wealthy because they want to invest in things that would be successful in the long term and those that have a strategy. Since the events over the last few days have occurred, James has put me in a very compromising situation because he's been calling donors and telling them that, we're trying to steal the company away from him. In one phone call I received from a very long-time supporter who stated he disagreed with James's narrative. He agreed change needs to occur internally, that James is not very good at everything and never will be, no one is. And that management over staff is something he lacks a skill set for, and he believes that the direct oversight of the staff should be taken away from his responsibility. So my hope today is that by sharing these experiences, the board will feel empowered to take the necessary actions for the sake of TV's future, to remove toxicity and fear between employees and James, that our executive leadership will comprise of individuals who want to do what's best for TV, not become the yes men that James is demanding. And I think that a very important decision in that would be rehiring Gary. My hope is that the board will make the necessary changes that promote a workplace where my current and future colleagues are excited to show up every day feeling as though they can try, sometimes fail, have disagreements, and respectfully question and even push back against authority without fear of retaliation or being terminated. Hundreds of thousands of people across the globe see Project Veritas as a beacon of hope. We provide a path to effectively fight back against corruption and we achieve actual results. And so I love working here for that reason. It's an incredible mission, one I'm very proud to be a part of, and one I am willing to put everything on the line for in the hope PD grows to become the number one investigative journalism organization in the world. Thank you.
Stephanie has a very extremely thoughtful and hard articulate presentation. I really appreciate your sharing that.
Thank you.
I agree. Thank you very much. Sorry for any of the personal family pain that the intensity has caused.
Thank you.
I have one question. This is Joe. Has there ever been a time where there was an issue that you felt uncomfortable taking to James, and you took it to someone else instead?
In terms of with a donor?
A donor or another employee or any matter.
I'm never personally comfortable talking to James about any issue, but I also believe I'm the chain of command, and so if there were ever anything to come up, I would naturally go to my superior and try to resolve it that way. Did I answer?
Yeah, would that have been?
It would have been me, yeah.
Is still not with the company anymore, is he?
No, he's not.
Did he leave on his own?
I'm not able to officially confirm that.
Him and Jared were. Do you want to answer this, James, or do you want me to?
Dan, how would you address?
I would say we mutually agreed that the relationship was not working out.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Thanks. Stefan is off the call.
Thanks.
Okay, you want me to let him on?
Yeah, you could let.
Okay.
Hi, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
If you would tell one assembled board and observers name, your role, and how many years you've been with the organization, and then just share with us what's on your mind.
Yeah, my name is, I'm a journalist here, and I've been a journalist here for 3.5 years. I just want to say that there are so many things that I love and admire about James. I've seen the very quiet, humble, vulnerable side to him, and I so appreciate his bravery. I have personally not been on the receiving end of verbal abuse from James. Today, I'm just going to bring up specific instances where people have reported to me negative behavior. So here are a few short instances. I received complaints from my FBI source, Diamondback, about James. Diamondback was upset about witnessing James's treatment of staff during his interview in DC. He said that James was snapping at employees and ordering them around in a curt manner. So Diamondback called me after and told me that James needs a, quote, people management class and that he was a, quote, diva. I reported this to Jen just to let her know, and I'm not sure what was done after that. More recently, Diamondback was introduced to a high-dollar TV donor named Anonymous. During dinner, James reportedly offered Diamondback a job with PV, and Anonymous donor was very supportive of that idea. Diamondback did not end up getting hired due to cultural differences, I believe, as well as a couple other reasons. But Diamondback had brought up that he thought James had a micromanaging nature about him, and that he wished James would allow Dan to do his job as executive director more autonomously. And James told Diamondback that if he wasn't a good cultural fit for PV, then it might just not work out. And Diamondback told Anonymous donor about this, and the donor told Diamondback that he was turned off by James's over-promising and, quote, boastful demeanor during the dinner, and that he intends to pull out of supporting TV financially. The other instance is that a while ago, a colleague and I introduced a high net worth husband and wife to Project Veritas. We've been friends for a while, and they are currently a Project Veritas high-dollar donor. The better part of a year ago, the husband told me that he was initially very turned off by a meeting that he had had with James. He claimed that James asked him in a rather demanding way that he would like him to write a $75,000 check to PV on the spot, which made him very uncomfortable. But he did end up writing a check that day and continued the relationship with PV. I believe it was pretty soon after they attended a donor event for PV where James was present. And the wife told me that she asked James for a photo and he had turned her down, and that she was very embarrassed and felt like crying. And they have continued to support PV after this. I did happen to get a call from her today, just as the most recent update, and she only had great things to say about PV and James. So since this incident, it seems like they've gotten to know the positive James that I personally know and love. These instances aren't particularly severe, in my opinion. I think they're byproducts of being in a very high pressure environment all the time. My intention is just to present what has been reported to me in a balanced way with respect to James and everyone here. I love working here, and I only want the best for the mission of every person involved.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
No, thanks. Nice balanced testimony.
Thank you.
Stefan, please let in ending.
Hello?
Hey, please tell the board and assembled observers your name, what you do at Project Veritas, and how many years you've been at the organization, and just speak clearly.
Hi everyone, my name's I'm one of the associate producers here. I basically cut all the videos and write the scripts for the stories that we put out. And I've been here for 3 years. It's ongoing my 4th year now.
So, just to like start things off, I want to say this has been really tough this past week because, you know, in the end, I love James like family. I really do. And, you know, him and I have had our ups and downs over like the past 2 years I've been here. And unfortunately right now, given the circumstances, him and I are getting along probably the best we ever had. But this isn't about me and James's relationship anymore. This is about preserving the Project Veritas organization and making sure it will last beyond me and all of us who currently work there. So basically, the way I've seen the next management works here over the past few years is, you know, we've compromised our success by elevating people who are agreeable. They're agreeable to, like, you know, James's wants, which is important as he's running the company. But they're also mediocre. They don't exhibit the same passion or drive as the ones who've been here and have been working tirelessly around the clock forever, like, you know, for years now. To like grow and expand, to like reach new horizons. I always say I want to cross the Rubicon, and I think, you know, we've done it. That, I mean, we're right there. But, and like we're having we just had the best release we ever had in Project Veritas history by 3x. And like, you know, we're getting coverage like we've never seen. Like I just saw Melt Voice people do it, like covering the story. Like that's a whole new like potential audience. And right now we're dealing with stuff like this because it's like a very ludicrous, radical decision to try to get rid of Tom and Barry for voicing grievances it's caused a huge like rift in everything that's been going on because these are valued, very important people to the organization. Barry was talking to Angela and me about like his vision for the future and like why not expand and do all this thing. He doesn't need to be there. He's a rich guy. He's doing this because he believes in what we do, just like I do. I've said a million times like, oh, like I just want to leave, but like, in the end, I don't because I love this place. I love the mission. I love the team. We're all family, and like I firmly believe that, and it makes it impossible for me to want to go anywhere because I know nowhere else in the world am I going to have an experience the way I had here, and it has been a really positive one in the sense like a very adventurous, very fulfilling work that we're doing. The impact we have, the camaraderie we have when things are good and everything's like fun and exciting and we're doing all this crazy stuff together. And there's nothing like it when that's the case. And it's like we're like just a bunch of like good friends like changing the world. That's like there's nothing in the world I'll ever get that's like that. But like the problem is because historically we've had bad hires, like, you know, Jesus causing a disaster, and Vanessa, who didn't really care about like what I did or like my involvement, didn't really want to know. She just knew that I was loyal to Nancy, so she saw me as a threat, and she just wanted me out. And that's why, you know, after like Nancy was like, "Oh, Vanessa didn't." Or James even also, like, James apologized at least, which, like, made me feel better about it. But I still felt kind of, like, rubbed the wrong way that after I was, like, writing the stories and producing them for over a year, I wasn't the first person they bring into the room after getting rid of my boss in a crazy way. And that led to other people leaving, like Spencer and Eric Toth. Oh, Eric Toth left before because of a different pretty egregious reason where somehow it was agreed upon that Eric Cochran would be strapped up to a lie detector test, and like about the Ashley Biden diary, it's like insane to me. Eric Cochran, there's no way he would do that. He was like loyal to the organization. So once he was like challenged that hard, he couldn't take it, so he left. And then Nancy getting fired, like, you know, in a very public fight, like which shouldn't have happened in the first place, and it led to, that all happened because of the Oklahoma thing, which is its own can of worms that's just chaos, because it's one thing, it's again, I understand that Jamie repaid it, I understand that happened, but the fact of the matter is that it robs PV of crucial resources. Like most of my department in production was gone. And so I was kind of left scrambling, working on like 4 or 5 different stories, like Daffodil Homeland, Injection, and what was it? And Gabriel Geist. And now, and then like I'm stuck there and everything's kind of all over the place because these stories are complicated and weedy as they were. And Nancy gets sick and she's going to go to Oklahoma. And I know that hurt you, like James, like I know it hurt him. And I understand why, but at the same time she was sick. She couldn't physically come. And I understand also the South Dakota incident was really bad. But she was like, we went out first Ivory Hecker was allowed to go with us to Mount Rushmore and go to Freedom Fest and hang out with us. So throughout, after that whole crazy thing in that room was insane to me. I couldn't believe that we allowed this crazy person to stay around us. And then on top of that, Nancy and I got sick coincidentally, from Tampa to South Dakota. And then she was started to go on her birthday out to this wine drinking party, and there was no choice. She had to go to this donor prospect, or James would have gotten very upset with her. And Ivory Hector's there, and she's sick and very drunk, and it's her birthday, and this crazy person's there. It just all feels like I'm not saying it was a deliberate setup or nothing like that, but I'm saying all the elements of the night. What could have been avoided is if she wasn't concerned about getting lambasted by James, if she just left, then we would still have her on as an incredible executive producer because she was so important to the growth and the tremendous expansion we had. Even when I first started, our growth, us getting millions of followers across every account that we have on social media was after fall of 2020 when, Eric was able to kind of run the social media and Nancy and I buckled down and got all production to help beat all the stuff that was able to keep up with the consistency. And so I take our success very personal because I like to think I helped a lot with that. And so to get rid of someone who was so crucial in that piece, and it just feels it was just stuff just kept happening to her. And then and then also you don't know why Vanessa really was let go. And I just don't understand how when Nancy was thrown away, everyone we were so quick to say she was suing us. And then when I asked her because she hired a lawyer for her separation agreement not to sue us, and I knew you guys couldn't communicate to her. So when I asked her, I was told I violated my NDA, in an interrogation with James' senior leadership, and that really hurt me because when I was asked if I was talking to her about things internally, I said no because I didn't want to violate my NDA. And then I found out later that in a room full of people, it's because James called me, I was working from home the next day because I was very upset. And James called me and asked me on the phone point blank if I want to resign. And although I felt like I was the closest I ever was to doing it, I don't want to give up on this place. I don't want to let go. And so I just said, James, I'm here. I'm still in it. But it was just really, and the effort to try to get me to stop talking to her, but she was more than just a co-worker. She taught me a lot, and just serving as a mentor in a general sense of my career and life, not just Project Veritas. I wish I could ask her about how I can do things here, but I don't want to tell her any internal information, so I don't get that advice, unfortunately. And so, and then also Vanessa's agreed, her letting go and us not telling the truth off the bat and the way Nancy was treated, that really just showed me how even working your ass off here and trying to make the best company you can will if you go against what James wants and what senior leadership wanted, whatever back then not only were you terminated, but your reputation to all of your colleagues, to your former colleagues, will get dragged through the mud. And then they'll never get corrected. I mean, Dan is corrected. I realize that. But it took so long to correct something that I knew wasn't true immediately. And I don't know, I told people myself because I knew the truth and I believe in the truth. And at this point, I just think all this mismanagement and the misplaced theatrics like, what people love about us is going out doing undercover investigative, journalism. It makes us look really cool. It's like the thing that makes us sexy, you know, like everyone loves Veritas because it's super cool and interesting and no one does stuff like that. And while I respect that James, like, you know, he's into the theater, I do like the theater stuff. I do. I'm like into that stuff. But I don't think that it's on brand with what we do. While James has justified it, it rationalized how it's connected. In the end, it's like that's not getting us anywhere in like the investigative path forward. Like I work here because I believe in exposing corruption and like speaking truth to power, and it's not to work on stage plays and things like that. And I know like people who support us aren't into that stuff either. And because in the end they want to support our mission to expose corruption. That's my main task here. It's the thing I care about the most. I love it the most. This story, that just went out and invigorated my spirit, giving me hope for this place. And just lastly, Dave told me at the Christmas party, yes, he announced it publicly, but told me personally, and also at RC's wedding, that, the past 2 years have been crazy. And I haven't really gotten too specific with everything. I'm trying to give a more general version of things. But I was hoping, okay, maybe this year won't be so great, and maybe we'll have it under control, maybe go back to that growing feeling that we had years prior before we were censored and everything. But then the way with Barry and Tom and other things I heard that were these big major changes, I was just this is just going to be another crazy year. And it's I don't know how much more of that I can take. I don't want to leave. I want to make sure this company is perfect and in an upward trajectory. I want it to become the big success. I think it has the potential to be the biggest and most successful news organization of all time. And I want it to be that. And I'll do whatever I have to do that. But I think things have to change in order for us to achieve that.
Thanks. Question. Obviously, there's been lots of turnover, volatility in personnel, which is certainly not stabilizing, but you obviously have some close relationships with people everywhere. Did you ever go into James' office and tell him that you didn't think that it was, the right move, even if he can unilaterally make those moves to get some closure on it? Were you able to communicate it, or you just were never able?
Well, no, James and I, it's just obviously the biggest, loss in that end for me was obviously Nancy. And James, I felt nervous personally, but James called me in after, I really nailed Vanessa, after, I wasn't called in to the room with, James following, Nancy being asked to take vacation. I really went in with her, and then I didn't go back to the office, and James called me back to apologize for that, which I really appreciated. But I just felt like the story had kind of changed, and James would give me a chance. We talked, him and I spoke on a balcony in Miami for about 2 hours, about 2 weeks after everything went down, and we were talking. But I still kind of felt like I had to hold back, my fear. But I was still able to be pretty honest. And but after that, it was he understood how significant that was. Not just for the company, but for me personally. So I think I imagine he just wanted to make sure I was all right. And I appreciate that, and make sure I wasn't I wasn't going anywhere. And I really appreciate that. Like I said, I love James like family. This is I really do. But sometimes family, stuff gets screwed up. And him and I've had our ups and downs. But right now I'm not coming from an ill place or nothing.
Understood. Anyone have any questions for?
Good. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. and,
Okay, I'm in.
Guys, this is Steve London. I am off. And I almost think I need to at this point.
Okay. Yes, thanks, Steve.
The former, Mike Pluto, former head
Got it. Sure. We're recording, so if you have time to look later, that would be great.
I will. Just somebody send me a link to the recording, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And we'll still have quorum, Steve, so you're good.
Good.
Yeah, we still have a quorum.
I mean, Harry, I paid with me, but I'm not taking it into a place where they're all group of people, obviously.
yeah, clearly. Thanks, Steve.
Right.
Yes.
Ben,
Bye, Steve.
Ben, you on?
Clarify things sometimes. You really just. Have a good evening, John. I'll talk to you all later. Goodbye.
Thank you. You on?
Thanks.
Stephanie?
Yes.
Aye.
Hey, John. Tell the assembled board observers name, what you do in the organization, and your perception of where things are.
Sure. I'm Jen, and title change from HR director recently to office administrative director. And where I see things right now, I'm concerned. We just lost three executives in the company last month, and two are looks like Tom and possibly Dan and Barry are being terminated, or I'm not really sure exactly what that is, but I'm concerned about that. I've been here for 8.5 years, and I've always supported the organization and what we do. The organization is everything to me. I understand that James, from what I understand, I don't know everything because I'm really being thrown into this, that there's a possibility that you're asking that he steps down as his role as CEO from the organization and let him
Nobody's determined anything. We're just trying to understand the culture as it exists currently.
That question has not even been brought, so.
Okay. So culture, I think we have a very fast-paced culture with a news organization. It's a really hard job. We've got people who work here more recently in the past 2 years than prior to, have thick skin, be ready for, a very high work ethic. It's a very demanding job, reasonably so. We're doing work to make impact on the world at this point with our last release that we just did. So I think it's a tough place to work. It's not amusing. You have to have thick skin. Some people are resilient and some people don't make it. I'd like to improve the retention, that's for sure, especially part of the vetting process and hiring process. We have a lot of turnover. No, I shouldn't say less because we just have 3 executives for it. So that's sort of the culture. You guys can ask me any questions that you want.
Do you know the numbers of the people that have turned over?
The numbers of the people, or the 3 executives recently.
Actually, what's the retention rate, I think, is what he's asking. What's the retention rate?
I don't have a ratio on it, or a percentage on it, but I just did a report for a legal team for one of the lawsuits that we're in, and since 2016, so the last 7 years, we've had 139 people, either employees or contractors, terminated from the company or left.
That's over since 2016?
Yeah, in the last 7 years. I just literally did that report, so I know that information is accurate.
That's probably, just FYI, Matt, that's probably on an average base over those 5 years of, or 6 years of probably 50 people, an average base. So you're looking at whatever, 300% turnover in 7 years.
Not 140, about 20, 40, or 2 a month at the straight line amortized.
Yeah.
You're widely considered, I think, in the office like the den mother, people fighting you. Can you talk a little bit about their feelings on the culture, their feelings of, do they feel safe, confident they can be their best selves, this sort of thing?
I think everyone knows that's here that our culture is certainly different from working at a government job or something like that. That's for sure. We're a mixed bag of people. No one comes from the same place. We're very different. We embrace that about each other. I think, we definitely have a roller coaster here. There's ups and downs all the time. Morale is up and down all the time. It's inconsistent. Do they feel safe here as far as physical harm? I don't think anyone feels that they're going to get hurt. Do they feel like they're going to lose their job? I think more recently we had a layoff, so people were probably a little threatened by that. I don't know what else to really say about that. People come to me, but actually not frequently so much. They may not want to come to me in some sorts because maybe I am responsible for enabling certain situations that they don't feel comfortable coming to me. That's just being honest.
Are you, as you, Magnolia, working to, find resumes and find hiring, you talk to people as they apply. What are from people who know about the organization, do you ever hear any, they come in with any perspectives or any, their reputation that precedes and what their view on it is?
What do you mean by that? It's people that we're vetting.
Yeah, when people are applying, conversations with them about, what is the sort of culture, does anyone have any notions as they come in about it?
I don't think so. We're pretty transparent about what it's like here because we found that we're more successful with our hires and being transparent with, it's a tough place to work. It's a lifestyle. It's not necessarily it's certainly not a 9 to 5.
Anyone have, Jen?
I'm sorry, I missed what you said there, Matt.
No, if any.
Jen, have you seen qualitative or quantitative changes in the number of years that you've been with the organization? Over time, most recently versus in the past? Or?
Changes with just the culture and how,
Yeah.
I think our culture has improved because our vetting process has improved, and I think we're hiring more of the right people, I would say, in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So we're trying to hire more leader type people for sure, not people that just have a skill set or mission driven.
Good. Well, even James did tell me last week that he has the best team he's ever had. And that included executives who, in our conversation of almost a week ago, as I understood.
Yeah, I believe that as well. I think our team is pretty phenomenal, and they work really hard to achieve great things.
Anybody else have any questions? Dan, thank you for coming on.
Sure, no problem.
Cell phone, the next number is...
Okay, fine. Okay.
You on?
Hello?
Yeah, just you just tell the board and observers your name, your role, and how long you've been at the org, and then your perceptions and what you're thinking about everything.
My name is. My role is the IT and Facilities Director here at Project Veritas. I've been with Project Veritas since the beginning of September 2001. There's some noise on the line. Did everyone get that?
Yeah, that was 21, right there.
I'm sorry, it was
2020.
I'm gonna mute everybody else. You can unmute yourself if you want. Proper, I guess, Matt, I'll leave you on go.
You could just, talk about the cultural issues, maybe vis-a-vis your other experiences in different corporate settings or professional settings, and whatever you want to share with the assembled listeners.
Yeah, there's a few things that I'd like to go through. The format, I wasn't really sure what the format of this was going to be. If it's a relatively open format, there are a couple things that I'd like to address. And I don't think it's actually going to take that long. But to answer the first question around corporate culture in terms of other organizations I've worked with, Project Veritas is clearly very unique compared to some of my earlier engagements I've worked with, Fortune 500 companies. So it might not be an apples to apples comparison. And kind of when I came into this position, having previously come from the likes of Medtronic and Johnson & Johnson, I worked in consulting with the biggies like Deloitte and KPMG. It's clearly a different culture, but that was to be expected, right? And more nimble, more fast, and all that. So that's clearly going to be a little bit different than what number one, what I expected, and honestly what I wanted from this culture. The whole kind of fast company culture is a good thing. Shifting gears and speaking more to the things that happened as of late, that certainly came to a head as of last week. I wanted to say, one thing. First, talk about myself and my relationship with PV, as I've been here for a little bit over a year and a half now. There's only been one time where I'd say that I was in a situation that was confrontational. Out in my perspective, I want to say like unjustifiably so, where I was like kind of receiving like a little bit over the top, and that was just one incident where I was meeting with who was in the room. It was myself, it was Dan, it was Nick, and we were going over some of the planning and strategy, and James reacted poorly to a comment that I had said, which we were having a fairly heated discussion. It was around the budgeting and I think I made the comment about I don't want to waste my employees' time. I think that was the exact quote if I get it correct. And there was some yelling and screaming that went on around that statement. But I stuck by my guns. I really thought that the approach we were taking, it was a fairly minor issue too. So I just want to kind of loop back and say that by the end of the day, we reconciled on that. And actually, it was James and I that actually sat down and we reconciled. We had a heart to heart on that and worked through it. So from a personal perspective, I think I have a fairly good working relationship with James, and as does the rest of my team as well too. From what I've been told on the people that report into me. Moving on to the next point, though, what I really can't abide by is having people that I respect dress down to and basically talk through. And that really came to a head at the leadership meeting. I've seen small little bits of it. I haven't been in the front lines as much like other people, but on the leadership meeting last Tuesday, it was pretty powerful and pretty pronounced. It went from it was Barry, it was Dan, it was Eric, and it was Tom. All leaders within this organization who I have respect for, and there wasn't a dialogue. And that's what really upset me the most. Having, been through that smaller version of that, like I just described, a lot of people left the meeting and were like, there was a palpable feeling in the air that this wasn't good. But based on my previous experience of, all right, tensions are high. We're running some of the biggest stories we've ever run in the history of TV. Everyone will calm down and this will settle down. Well, I wasn't privy to the conversations that happened after that, but apparently, based on speaking with other people that were in the line of fire, it got worse and there was miscommunication and they erupted. I wasn't in the office, but people could, hear this going on. So that's a little bit of hearsay. But going back to my experience, personally then, I was really, I think the word, and I don't use this coming from me, it's something I was shocked. Thursday night when James reached out to me and had me, disable access for both, Barry and for Tom as well too. And I was in a state of, I was shocked. And it took me a while to really, to let that sink in. Of course, we did it with chain of command according to James, and I did just that. And then I forgot who it was, but a day later, this was late Thursday night. A day later, there was conversation around wanting to have employees discuss, the events that happened that week. And I said, it was basically, a chat. And I said, I'd love to hear what other people are thinking, because I obviously got it wrong. I thought this was going to, get blown up and then, calm down. But obviously things didn't go that way. And once I heard all the other, I want to say anecdotes and experiences that people had over the years, I was really kind of taken aback. And my last point that I wanted to make kind of brings it up a level, and this is around how I think this could affect, or how it is affecting the actual strategy of where we want to go as a company. And I think for the most part, most people are on the call right now. They were in Mohonk when we set out some very ambitious goals of raising $30 million and producing a story a day. And we're left feeling with these are some very real but hard goals to get to. And then we're barely out of February, and two of the leaders that are going to be responsible for pushing these efforts, in part with obviously the rest of the staff, are effectively let go. So I think not only was I sad to see that reaction take place, I was disheartened with the impact to the actual business and how we're going to achieve our goals. So then I thought about it. A couple of people had brought up some information around the amount of employees that have been with PV since its inception, and I believe we're looking at a turnover rate which is on par with the fast food industry. So I worked when I was in high school. I worked for McDonald's, and I can tell you that they don't do a bar pal assessment. They don't spend time investing in the talent to be able to flip burgers. And if we're working at that same turnover rate with an average of like a year and a half worth of service, we're never going to be able to grow. And I think part of it is the fact that people are either burning out or they're let go in actions such as what happened this week. And I don't think it's good for the long-term health of the company. So those are really my parting shots. I know I've said a lot here. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Well, when everyone spoke after Thursday night with Barry and Tom, let go, what was the sentiment? What was the feeling? What was the conversation points, given that it was the CFO?
So what was the feeling of the general audience of everybody? Is that what the question is?
Who you talked to? I know a lot of people were talking.
Oh, it was a third of the company that was on. I mean, people care. So here's the general sentiment. The letter that a lot of us chose to sign, if you just kind of skip through all of the anecdotes and sentiment and all that, and you get right to kind of what's being asked of the board to help out with, those are like fundamental, rights I think anyone would want to sign up for and sign. if we put the opposite in place to say, oh, we want to be bullied more, we want targets to move more, we want to be more micromanaged, and people act like this. So I think what's being asked for is very it's just common sense, right? And I think that was really the sentiment of everybody that, people were emotionally charged. I'm not gonna lie about that. Some people were freaking out, others were a little bit more staid. But that's the result that people want to see. People want to see a change, so we're allowed to do our jobs in an effective and efficient manner. We hire a lot of, and the term leadership came up a lot. We are hired to be leaders here, leaders that are all driven toward the same goal. And here's the point, right? To Barry and Tom, we're all driven to the same goal, but we're all going to the same what, but it's the how that we do things differently. We're going to have different approaches. We're going to have different tactics. We're going to have different life experiences, and in terms of how we get to these outcomes. But everybody on the call is still driven to the core values and mission, that which is Project Veritas. I think that was the overall sentiment there. For all of the problems that people have had, and other people, like I said, have had a lot more issues on personality level than I have. There was never any downside. There was never any frustration around what it is we're doing, serving our constituents. It's frustrating though when there's interactions with both internal employees and donors and other stakeholders within our organization where those interactions are negative. Let me just put it that way. I'm not going to rehash everything that we listed because that's in black and white, but that's where the frustration came in. It's the how we're trying to achieve our goals in efficient, not the what we're doing. We all want the what to continue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Very well, exceptionally well put, everything, all of it. Yeah. Appreciate it. Your thoughts, very thoughtful.
So, I think, and I've really held those thoughts since I joined the organization. It was a big shift to go from a 50,000 person organization to this organization, and I want to say absolutely that I'll even go on the limb and speak for other people here because I've heard them say it. They love working here. It's the things that we do that nobody else is doing. Nobody else is doing. And, the organization that, was the brainchild of what James did and brought to the table, that's still alive and fresh in everyone's mind. And 100%. So, that's really, I think in a nutshell, that's where I'm at, and that's what a lot of other folks are at.
I really hesitate to ask this, but some of the things you talked about when you use the term abuse, those are express violations of our of human decency, but also of the employee handbook and the written documents, and moreover, we're in a really litigious age, and there's a meaningful legal as a board to get to a better place and help James get to a better place and get the organization to a better place and maybe provide some buffers or structural changes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. That wasn't appropriate for me to say, but
trying to
you're quite aware of are people aware of the violations that anyway, so they go on to look at those things and say, well, gosh, this is a black and white thing, and it's not really something you want to do in this day and age, especially maybe 100 years ago. But
right now, I can if I'm saying words that have a specific legal meaning, I don't intend to say that. So if I say there's been verbal abuse,
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not asking. That stuff about the litigious age is gratuitous, and that's why I shouldn't have said it. But what I was saying is, do people look at ever look at the employee handbook and say, you know, what are we conforming to the standards and ideals and express behaviors that we have put in writing?
Yeah, that's if not, it certainly should happen. At the end of the day, what's in the handbook may or not be. I mean, it should be right. It should be reflective of how we live our lives. Yeah, if I were to sum up again, especially what transpired that I got to feel being in that audience on Tuesday was I don't know exactly the word. I would use, I don't know if probably use the right phrase for it. I would just say that it wasn't productive. It wasn't moving us in the correct direction to make this company better and greater, right? Sure. Let's leave it at that. Purely a business-based decision. There's different ways that can be done. People respond differently. And another challenge too, and I know this is what it is. We're traveling all over. There are folks dialed in, just like right now. I'm dialed in. It's hard to hear people. Some things get lost that way too. But I think this was especially beyond that. And one example, like Dan was agreeing, and it was something to do. We had two main points. One was a donor email and ask for money, and the other thing was setting up not a WordPress, but a way to do blogging for it, and we're having a conversation around that, and people were just it was Dan was trying to agree, and James I thought was yelling through it. I don't know if that was because he couldn't hear what Dan was saying, but Dan was just saying, "I'm agreeing with you, like I'm agreeing with you." So I just didn't think that was productive, right? Regardless of if it's allowed or not, it doesn't matter, right? It's not getting us to a better place. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I like the precision of thought of the IT guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't be.
Oh, but most of our IT stuff is going pretty well, right? We have, so this is not really a discussion around pure technology.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, am I good? Yeah. Okay, thank you all for hearing me out. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thanks. Stefan, please let in.
Okay, all I see is waiting a lot.
Yeah, that's probably then the other phone. Yeah, that should be it.
All right, so allowing.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hey, just tell the board and observers your name and your role and how long you've been at the organization, and then just talk freely.
Perfect. So my name is and I'm the development associate here. I've been with the organization for over a year now. And although this is a short time, it is long enough to have seen the mistreatment of many employees. When I first started working here, I was always so excited to come into work. I would leave my house around 6 a.m. and not get home until about 7. And I still do this because I truly believe in the mission. But over the past 6 months, things have changed drastically, and I no longer enjoy being in the office out of fear that development will be shamed as failures for not meeting James's often unreasonable demands. Often when development is called into the office to do donor calls with him, we're told that we aren't working hard enough or simply wasting his time, and he says he has to do our jobs for us, and he never acknowledges the development's hard work or successes, and of which there are many. One recent example stands out. On a phone call earlier this week, James was angry that development had disagreed with the strategy of his. The team had voiced their opinions on this as to why the strategy was a mistake and should not be used. But James proceeded to call Barry insubordinate, claiming that no one says no to James O'Keefe. If they could not follow his demands, then they should look for jobs elsewhere. James also went as far as to blame for low morale over the entire organization simply because she didn't agree with James's strategy. Having to listen to this was heartbreaking and enraging. It was so bad that others who had overheard this phone call came into the office just to apologize for the way James had spoken to us.
But not even 24 hours after the incident, James messaged us explaining that we had actually misunderstood him, but we had not. He just simply changed his mind. But again, it was said to be our fault and no apology to Joe or Barry for that phone call. And although this is only one example for me, it captures recent daily life at Project Veritas. So I just want to thank you guys for listening to me and my concerns.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Very, 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 very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Stephanie could let in,
Okay, coming in.
Hello.
hey,
Yep.
please tell, your name and how many years you've been at the org and what you do, and then just feel free to talk freely.
My name is. I've been here almost about 3 years. On August 1st will be my 3 years. I am in comms. I'm a social media editor, and I also assist with posting, as well as making content. I don't really know where to start, but I will start by saying this isn't easy, and I obviously imagine that not being for anybody. But this needs to happen. So, I guess my first point that I'll make is, personally, I'm quite upset at the way things have digressed into what it is right now, because, and I guess I can only say it's my opinion, but I really do feel like, the way the culture of the organization has, I wouldn't say deteriorated, but morphed into what it is now since I've joined, has become toxic. And I think that as a trickle-down system, I'm not excusing anyone's behaviors nor my own, but I do believe it comes down from the top down. I said this, and I stand by it, that I think James has become drunk on power and has acted like a tyrant while pontificating on that is exactly that as to what we should be exposing. And it's an oxymoron, and it saddens me because I look up to James. He's an American hero, and I'm very grateful beyond belief that to him letting me be part of this organization, building my career. And, at one of our colleagues, RC, who was just married about less than a month ago or so, he sat down with me at dinner and told me how he's seen me how creative I've been. And it really spoke volumes to me because it was very profound, because someone I look up to, an American hero that America looks up to, was recognizing my talent. And that really, that gave me a lot of hope. But after the past couple of days, it's just been a really depressing letdown. I would say, for examples about, whether it's with his behavior or the culture, I would like to start with one example of when it was in the earlier parts of when I joined the organization. We were in Colorado for a filming of Chris Jacks, the SI Chris Jacks, and when we had to go back to the airport with a private jet to get back to HQ, James wanted me to send the footage back to HQ to get it edited immediately, which was also a paid urgency. But I said the Wi-Fi wasn't good, and just so I keep sending, so I did, and I stayed there. And when we had to leave because the plane would overcharge us if we left late, I was forced to get back in the plane and not be able to send the footage. And when we got back to HQ, I was somewhat publicly and somewhat privately, both. I was teased and a little bit mocked about not doing anything right, and it was honestly not my fault. But that was just one incident. But the rest of what I had to say is mostly about the culture that stems from James' behavior, and it's not okay. You know, I think I don't know what decision that is going to be made, and it's not up to me. It's not in my control. But I do want to say that something has to happen, and I do rely and believe that you guys will make the right decision, whatever it may be. But what I've seen over the past almost 3 years now has been an absolute disgrace, in my opinion, because I always see people getting hired and fired or quitting or coming in and then coming out in a revolving door. And mostly because people are not only disrespected and not treated correctly with humanity and empathy, it's almost like people are disposable. But there's also no trust. There's no trust within the people, especially those in leadership. For example, my supervisor, Eric Stockman, was strapped to a polygraph test nearly a year after the whole diary incident with our then comms director, Neil McCabe. And I personally did not work at the time. I transitioned from production to comms a little bit later. But what I saw was just, it was wrong. In my opinion, like, if you can't trust your own team, and I don't know the reason why it's putting on a polygraph test, but if you can't trust your own team, then what do you have? You know, you're walking on eggshells around everyone. You know, like I said, the trickle down, causes it to boomerang. And it was sad, like, Eric is not only my supervisor, but he's my friend and my mentor, and I really do look up to him. And he's taught me a lot. There's a lot that I know now, today, because of his knowledge and his intuition. And I always see, whether it's an all-hands call or, like, I overhear it or, if it's private, and it's shared or whatever the case is, there's a lot of distrust with team leaders specifically, or ideas that are being brought to the forefront. And I don't know the exact reason, but from what I can deduce on my own accord, I think it's an act of jealousy or a threat to the power system. And what I mean by that is, I really do think that James has been in a position where he thinks people are out to get him or people are going against him and he wants it his way. And I totally understand, because this is his baby. The TV is he birthed TV, right? And no one can take that away from him. And he's been wrongfully accused and prosecuted, and that's not diminished. Do everything in my power to fight for him for that. But if you're not gonna put trust into the people that you put in those positions to further the company and to further the mission, get it to people's ears and eyes who haven't seen it before, then what's the point? There's been many times and many instances I've seen. One very recently, actually, for example, is when Eric and I, we had a writer's room meeting about ideas of what we can do for this coming year. And one of those ideas was Twitter Spaces, and James was on board for that. And for about 3 to 4 hours, at least what I saw, for 3 or 4 hours, Eric was trying to get James to sit down for just literally 5 minutes to give a rundown as to what was going to go on and how it worked. And James became instantly busy, preoccupied, over the bathroom, whatever the case was. And when everything started, James was unprepared. He got mad, started acting like, honestly, a child, like just getting angry and putting all caps and stuff like that. And, we had to run around and help him. And it really not only bothered myself or Eric, but many others. And this is, it just really upset him, And another example I can give is, literally last week when the whole incident with Barry and Tom, I sit on the other side of the Devo office. So my colleague and I, Patrick, we were just working and we heard Joanne and Tom, who later joined the call, trying to explain to James a certain thing that they were trying to do, and James wasn't having it. But every time they talked, James, it's as if one ear and out the other. And he just started berating them. And I literally heard him say to Tom, Herein, if you're not gonna do it my way, you leave the fucking company. Excuse my language, but I'm just quoting. And it blew my mind. It blew my mind that I actually, I think the first time that actually hearing it, not just hearing it from someone as from their account, but actually hearing it from James that happened to be on the phone. And I had to actually walk in and ask them if they were okay, because it was just a berating. You know, it was just, I couldn't believe my ears. I literally could not believe my ears. It was insane. And, you know, it was just, you know, behavior, I think that, like, the whole point of what I'm trying to say is, like, most of why the culture is, in the way it is inside of the organization is trickle down, you know, because, you know, the way that James acts, like, everyone is always on edge, like I always get told if I'm in the room with James setting him up for an interview, you know, in the morning, you know, I come back and like, everyone's like, what's James's mood? Like, is he okay? Does he seem like fine or happy? And it's like, well, you know, at the same time, you know, if you really think about it, you know, James is like a part of is the face of the company, and it wouldn't be what it is without him. And we can't disregard that. But at the same time, PV is PV and James is James, you know? Like, there's a reason why, there has to be a reason why people are asking that. And it's because people are at the head of what James is feeling as to how things will go. There's certain times where I've been told to speak on ideas, on content creation, or even posting because James is in a bad mood or he doesn't want certain things to be going out because he wants something to happen in a certain way. And it's like, well, how are you supposed to let your team like work? You know, like it's not practical. And it's like trying to walk through a brick wall for almost 3 years in my perspective. You know, like I've been asked to be in a writer's room to help with ideas, and you know, we're talking about musicals, and I'm like, well, this isn't content. This is, in my opinion, this is like a personal thing. You know, if you want to do plays on that, fine, but you know, it's not the message of TV, and it blows my mind sometimes. It's hard to formulate words, and I'm sorry if I'm a little bit rambling here. But you know, it's just overwhelming. And I've been trying to get my mind straight to understand what I'm going to say and how to deliver it, and I hope I'm doing okay, but it's just, there's a lot, and it's very overwhelming.
I know, Dave, and thank you.
Thanks. You came across very clearly. Thank you.
Appreciate the pound feel.
Is there any other questions at all? I don't mind sharing a few examples if you guys would like.
No, I think we kind of redundant. So I appreciate it.
No worries.
And Stefan, I think the last one we have in queue is
Yeah, there's one, 9,400. Okay, good name.
Yep.
Alright, I'll end the call now. Thank you guys.
Thanks. You there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Tell the assembled board and observers name, your role, how long you've been at TV, and then just share your thoughts in this open forum.
Okay. Yeah. Hey guys. Media relations manager at Project Veritas. I've been here over 3 years. I started in September, October of 2019. Which I think many can agree, a year at PV is 10 years anywhere else. And in a good way and bad way. But basically, so I can get started. Just a quick background on, how I started here, and then I'll get to the main point. I've been here, obviously I started off PV, I spoke to others about this as well, with the mentality of like, this is my dream job. I love the fact that PV hired me. The night before I started, at PV, the first day at PV, I was unable to sleep because I just couldn't sleep. I had too much adrenaline about the thought of starting on the first day. And, I actually was so tired in the office the first week I was there that I was worried that, I was going to be like called out for just not being working well enough because
it's really crazy like that. So that was how I felt coming to PV. And obviously I learned a lot my first 3 to 6 months. I learned the role. And I have to say that in large part, I give credit to Eric Bragland for really being so good at his job, number one. He's like the best employee I think PV has. I mean, I know I'm biased. Everyone knows I'm very good friends with Eric, but I actually believe what I'm telling you, that he is incredibly talented at what he does. And I learned a lot from him, and he helped me grow into the role where today I'm very confident, today I'm also very good at. Throughout the time in 2020, I always saw, different disagreements, more so I'm more witnessing, between, James or production or, at the time it was Joe and Nancy disagreeing. There were some heated conversations. I wasn't really a part of those, but I always thought, this is a little much. I don't think this type of, screaming is necessary for this point we're trying to drive an urgency here. But, more so towards, calm, it started, I'd say, in 2021. Of course, in 2020, we had, people like Megan Stewart and Neil McCabe who worked at TV were just not good employees, but, they weren't really, that much of an issue, I think, with me and Eric. I think we marched through those, fine. In 2021, Nick G was brought into the team in around, I'd say, March or April of that year. And, at first, I'm a person that I opened my arms to Nick. I wanted to help him. But I learned quite quickly, based on, and Eric told it earlier than I did, but I learned quite quickly within a few weeks to his first month at PV that he was unwilling to do the work that me and Eric were willing to do. And when Eric gave Nick instructions to complete, to do that were completely valid, that I always did before Nick was there, he not only basically complained, but I know he complained to James about Eric's treatment, which led to James, from my understanding, completely berating Eric about this, and the relationship there soured significantly between Eric and James after all the success we had seen together as a team. I wasn't too much involved in the situation. I know it affected Eric dramatically, and I feel really bad for that. Because Eric, I felt his pain because I worked with him closely, and he really was hurt that, this kid that was incapacitated to do the work that we did was getting preferential treatment to the point where he was removed from COM team over to, under Vanessa at the time. He was taken out of the COM team under Eric's supervision and put under COM. And he was, after a few months, it became so apparent to the entire company that Nick was not a good employee, that he had to be fired. But it was pretty clear to me and Eric, who, were in the team, that James, it never sat well with James that it ended up this way. Because I can tell you one time James called me months later to complain about Eric, for example, and he mentioned how Eric was just awful to Nick Jesus. And this had been months after Nick had been fired, and it wasn't really part of the conversation that James called me for. So I know it percolated still with James, this history, and then never improved with Eric. So I wasn't so much affected, I just was affected through Eric and Tom as a whole. So we had that incident. Obviously I can't speak in detail as much as Eric about this. I don't want to do that. What I can speak about is what I experienced. And that started more so I'd say in September of 2021, which was a traumatic month for the entire staff, for the fact that we had a flood. That's sort of the opposite. Everyone remembers that. It was also the same day, basically, where Nancy was fired. And Eric and I were on airplanes when this news was broken to the staff. At the time, through Zoom, Eric and I were not able to attend because we were on flight. I was actually with Matthew Gilman going to Brazil at the point. We find out through other people that this happened. We're very disheartened because we knew how much value she drove to the company, how hard she worked. And we are concerned, and Eric voiced it first, but I voiced it following that our concern was that we've just seen so much turnover in senior leadership and staff as a whole that we're just concerned about the future of PV with this constant turnover, firing, dramatic situations that come from that. We voiced it, and I can say for a fact, I think you speak for Eric, that we voiced it purely to the concern of PV's future, and because we knew how talented she was, and we don't think that the turnover of PV is good. We just think it's out of control. It's really bad. and we voiced it. And James was upset that we did it in the PB leadership channel at the time. But he called us, and within a few days of having a conversation with James, I felt at that time that things were going to calm down. Like I thought, okay, like we got this out of our chest. I think I moved on. I think Eric moved on, and I think James has moved on. But I was totally mistaken for thinking that James had moved on, because 2 to 3 weeks later, we had an all hands at the Radisson in New Rochelle while we didn't have an office yet. And for the entire week, all I can remember personally was every session that James could attack Nancy's reputation to the entire staff and make anyone who was in that meeting feel like that if they're friends with Nancy, they must be traitors and awful people too. That was not once or twice or one day and the other day. That was every single day as much as possible. Constantly being reminded that anyone who was talking to Nancy was awful, to the point where I got late night texts from James saying, why didn't you have the guts to talk in front of the staff about what you actually think about this whole thing and the core values of, and I obviously would never do that from the staff, because the staff was being manipulated in this case to despise Nancy. So if I said anything in her defense, obviously the staff would turn on me. So I obviously had no choice but to remain silent and take the beating quietly. That I know other people felt exactly the same way as me. I can speak of a personal example where there was the announcement during that all hands that Nancy was talking lawyers potentially suing Project Veritas. And James, went on a rampage about that and made sure that the whole staff in that room was willing to say exactly what he envisioned that they needed to think about Nancy. So it was basically a live, I don't even know what the right word is, because it's such a strong word that I don't want to use this word, but it was think about a live stoning of a person's reputation that I saw encouraged by James and the staff that didn't know any better about Nancy or what was going on behind the scenes, fed right into it. So I was in that room, and I started feeling sick to my stomach. And I mean, when I say sick to my stomach, I mean physically my stomach was turning. So I was considering throwing up, and I really wanted to, I thought I was going to happen. We couldn't control it. I actually believed I was going to. So I started thinking maybe I should go to the bathroom, because that's the only way I can do this without causing a scene, right? If I'm going to be sick, I need to go to the bathroom and do it. But as soon as I started thinking about going to the bathroom, James also was saying, and if you don't agree with my decision, there's the door. That was the statement. So at this point, I'm at the point where if I stand up and go to the door, it's going to come off as if I'm trying to quit TV and get fired. So I was like, okay, well, I just need to compose myself in here, not say anything, try to avoid what's going on for the next 20 minutes and just sit here and not be sick. And that's what I did. I will say miraculously I didn't get sick, but I really thought I was going to be. That was, the culmination of that week. I can give way more examples as to what I personally felt. For example, me and Milani were talking that same day at the yacht club and after events after the Radisson. James, me and Milani were talking about, how awful we were feeling about everything going on. And James saw me and Milani talking. He immediately tried to approach us by looping around the yacht club, I don't know how to explain. Instead of coming straight at us, he tried to go around, see if he could catch us speaking without us actually knowing that he was there. But obviously I saw James walking towards us. I saw him do it. So obviously I wasn't going to say the things that I know James wanted to catch us, if you may, saying about how awesome we felt. And then he changed the conversation about the core values and basically saying that if you don't do the core values, I can do this by myself. I'm able to do this work without myself. I don't need anything from you guys. Basically just moving the conversation that way. We ended it there. That's when James messaged me saying if I had any guts to talk, and I was keeping secrets from him. And I would ask him, James, let's have a phone call about this. I'm willing to talk to you on the phone. He didn't want to talk on the phone. He just wanted to text me paragraphs about what he felt. And I can say personally that I know that grudge never went away between us and James. And I can include Eric on this too, because there's been several, at least one, but probably more instances in 2022 where we've had all hands calls for the whole staff. For example, the one time when we announced that internet was, moving legally against us and all that, James made that conversation and immediately focused it on how a year ago we had a situation with Nancy where we had staff that were disloyal and not willing to do what he thought needed to be done, and how, he immediately transferred the whole conversation back to how bad people were on the national situation. Therefore, we need to revamp how we talk about hard staff work and all that. So he never really got over the fact that me and Eric and others this had happened really a year later, right? Those are personal examples I can speak of. Obviously, I can list, things I've witnessed and things that, screaming and stuff like that. But those are things I've witnessed. I want to say, obviously, I'm relaying to the points that I want to get to the point, but I know, I understand, I only say all this because I care about work and TV and everybody. So the reason that I'm doing this all is only for the sole purpose that I think that everyone deserves respect and doesn't deserve to go through that. And that moment was when I realized that if I ever spoke out for the betterment of TV, that I would be likely targeted or humiliated in that way. So I've refrained myself and just done my job the way I can. And I've witnessed bad decisions being made that, oftentimes I caught on early before, the person would end up being fired, for example. And the general consensus every time that we make, suggestions about what is good for not for TV, it's like the general go-to is either you agree with me or here's the door. So there's just no room ever to really make any serious assessments about what is needed when the immediate gut reaction is, I like this, you don't like it, there's the door. So yeah, that's where I stand. I don't know if you guys have any further questions, but I don't want to take up much of your time. That's where I am.
Well, thanks very much. I don't know if am I on? Yeah, I want to comment. A historian of business once said that academics loathe and avoid and hate feedback. Entrepreneurs seek and crave feedback, and it just sort of it seems on point with some of the things you're saying.
Muito obrigado, mi amigo.
Well, sorry, to cut off there. Say that again. I apologize. Muito obrigado, George. Thank you, guys. Am I all set?
Gracias.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions for me, but I think we're probably.
I had one question. Just one question for.
Sure.
Ms. Belmont. You have access to the social media accounts?
The PV account is working from last I checked. What I had heard earlier today was that James's account password has been changed. I'm not sure where that stands currently. I believe that's still the case, but that's what I know. I did forget one other point that I know Eric would like me to relay to you guys, is that Eric was also, there's two things actually that really bothered me personally, so I think I can speak from a personal level on this. I witnessed my boss be polygraphed at PV. I believe that it was a way to kind of an FU, because of how Eric called out the Nick Hewett thing, and it was right after Nick Hewett had been fired. So I did witness him be polygraphed over something we all knew he didn't do, and that. And the other part is I did witness Eric be promoted to chief of staff of the company, and then not only was he demoted to social media director at one point, but James and Vanessa at the time basically made it a case that, well, not Vanessa, I don't know if it was Jared, made it a case at the time that Eric had to publicly talk to the comms team in like in a humiliating way to let them know that he was no longer this role that they had given to him. He never asked for that role, but now actually he's this role. And it was always these demotions and these kind of petty back and forth behaviors only occurred at the exact same time that another personal issue like Nick Jivas or Nancy were around. So it was very clear to us that these things were happening as a result of us doing something that James didn't like, and he used something else to kind of get his payback on us. So we felt it like equivalent.
I know I can't speak for Eric, but we are very, we do feel for Eric significantly because he's been here for 7 years. I know he wasn't able to speak today, and it bothered me and our team. Like when they attack Eric, we feel like all of us are under attack. I'll be honest with you. When Eric is under attack, it could be me and for sure feel like we are too, and we'll never leave Eric behind. That's just a thing we'll never do, and we feel for him significantly. So I want you guys to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is John Garvey. I'm trying to call in on my iPhone because I'm having to move to meet somebody for dinner, but I'm going to keep you in my ear and not have any conversation. But I'm also almost out of batteries on my iPad, which I've been watching on. So I just wanted to thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No problem.
So let's wait for John to come back on. There were a lot of other people who wanted to speak. I think it's 5 hours is redundant and not a good use of. But I'll wait for John to come on.
He's on.
I'm on, Matt. Thanks.
Oh, you are? Okay. The only thing I think we all agree we have to suspend this. We can't, keep going. I want to hear from Tom and the CFO report. That would be under executive conference, so just for board members. And Tom, I don't know the rule on officers if Dan would be mandated, permitted, or what have you to be a part of that. Certainly, observers should not be a part of that, given they're not under NDA and the financial stuff is proprietary. And I would just, as 2 points of action before we suspend, to formally reinstate Tom.
Hey, hold on, before we do, hey, we've got a bunch of folks here, before we undertake any kind of board action.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Joe.
You might want to take a look at who's on.
So who is on? I mean, I think that we won't do the CFO report and analysis that obviously all board members need to hear, given that we signed their names to the liabilities that stem from donor fund stewardship. We need to have that conversation. I think that's way too long a conversation for where we are in the course of the day in this call. So I think we'll have to.
Can I interject something here? I want to know from James now how, you've heard, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours of testimony by people who work with you. What is your response? What do you think we should do about this?
Good question.
I wonder if he heard me.
Yeah, he's out here.
Still on the line? Maybe
Star
6 unmute. Star 6 unmute.
I can unmute him. Oh, maybe I can.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if he heard it.
Hold on.
James, did
Yeah,
you hear
we
me?
hear you. Here we are. We got you.
Yes, I've heard. Do you want me to address all?
Well, James, before we do, hey, it's Stefan. But before we do, just we take a look at the list of participants and just make sure, like there are a couple of phone numbers here, 60%. So I just want to make sure we're appropriate here with everyone who's on.
Yeah, who's?
I guess just hang up, and if someone wants to call back.
I have no idea. Big call, Stefano.
Well, those people were listening to all of the allegations, so what's the concern with listening to my response exactly?
Oh yeah, no, not I just want you to take a look at it. I'm fine with it.
Those people were listening to all of those allegations against me.
Okay, just.
Okay.
9,000 is Ed Clark.
I think James is appropriate and correct. I just want to make sure before we have any board business.
Yeah.
We take a look at the proof.
Hey, who are you?
That's Ed Clark.
Oh, so you know what he is.
This is there have been a few hours of specific commentary from 10 to 15 people in an organization. I've offered my solution, which is a heartfelt letter to the staff. But in terms of the specific allegations, this is not fair or appropriate to have me respond in a new.
I'm really not interested in you detailing the allegations and defending yourself in that regard. What I'd really like to know is, what do you think we should do about it as the directors? And what do you think? What is it? What do you think it means to you about what we should do with you? I mean, what do you expect us to do given these allegations?
Well, will I have a chance to respond to them? There's two separate issues here. There's the
No. The quick answer is no. Not here, not now. You want to write something up? Great. I want to know what you think we should do about it. We are here to preserve Project Veritas. Okay, what do we do? What do we do about you?
One moment. I've offered a very heartfelt memo that, with the board's blessing, I propose that we distribute. I've offered a very heartfelt memo with the opportunity of apologizing for specifically what happened on Tuesday, and I'd like to distribute that with the board's blessing, and I'd like to have an open door policy moving forward to listen to these issues face to face and have the opportunity to hear the concerns and do my best to hear people and listen to them. And I a few hours ago read that from the bottom of my heart, the thing that I'd like to send out to the staff and have an open door policy to listen to people. I've been told that I'm not certain if there's an interest in hearing, or if I'm not certain if there's an opportunity to respond to these things, or if that's something that people want me to do. I can, if I'm given time to respond to that. But more importantly, I'd like to hear from the board what their solution is if it's not the one that I've proposed.
Well, I'm going to speak, and I'm usually very soft and very passive in my approach when I talk to anybody. I want to remind you, James, that you are here amongst some of your closest friends that have supported you for many, many, many years. There is no coup here. You have to trust these people to do the right thing for you. Please, please do that. It hurts every one of us to come to this point and have to hear these stories. And I don't know what the solution is, but there has to be something immediate. I just want to remind you that we love you and we care about your organization, and you are destroying it. You're destroying the thing that you created.
Well, I'm willing to work with professionals on the behavioral issues, and I will do everything in my power to change. I'm happy
to hear that. It's nobody's intention to take severe action. I don't think so. Especially after hearing the employees say that they love you and they hate you at the same time. And I think that we can come up with a solution where we walk away with a healthy organization and a healthy founder. And that's what I hope that this board, which again, your friends and most loyal and trusted people, whether you believe it or not, will do. That's all I have.
If it's permissible by the board, I don't know if we need to vote on it or it can be more informal. Would like to say a few words. I am in favor of hearing one of our most loyal long-term supporters who knows the organization, James, the employees, and has been through thick and thin with us and has given time to be here today to observe. I would like to hear from him.
I'm in favor.
I'm in favor as well.
I'm in favor.
James, would you be okay with that?
Yes.
Would you unmute and please, Stefan?
I think if I mute themselves at this point, all I can do is request it looks like on this side.
Unmute.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Am I up? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have quick history that I met James 6-7 years ago and consider James a friend and have donated to the organization. I have become a little bit concerned of late about the one-man focus. I am part of an organization and have left my ownership shares where one person is taken over and a narcissistic attitude is permeated. As James and the staff know, with every check I've ever sent Veritas, I've always made it a priority to do something for the staff. Because in owning a business, growing a business, the people that support you are critical. I'm a big fan of Tom, and was out there on donor day with Barry, and I'm a big fan of Barry. I think the job of one man overseeing aspects of the company are all but impossible. I think James is a wonderful journalist, but I think the rest of the business needs to be run by other people if the mission is to be successful. And I do worry, James, right now a little bit about your mental health. I think right now there's a lot of stress, and we've talked for years that you take some time off to take care of you first. And hearing all this on top of a little that I've heard over the years, you know, I feel very strongly that you are the founder and the inspiration, but you're separating yourself from the mission. The mission is now being heard. And I think that from other donors that I've spoken to, they've noticed the change as well. So I strongly encourage you to try and exercise some demons right now, Dave, and have Tom back involved, Barry back involved, people who know. I thank the board for standing up in a difficult situation. But PV right now is in a position to explode or implode. And the press would love to see the lab. So I do think you need some changes, or all of this is for naught. And the rate of turnover, I would say, for most people in business is alarming.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm done. I just want to applaud the effort, and I think something nice needs to be done right now, both to help James out, and hopefully in a couple of months, if James is back with his journalistic brilliance, But I think the other aspects of the business will be better served, and the mission was more likely to grow and be accomplished without his oversight and people worrying about needing to kiss the ring. And I'm sorry to have to say that, but I want the mission to succeed first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well put and wise comments. I have a question for James that to build on George's excellent question. Did you learn anything new in the last few hours or get any new insights?
Yes, I really appreciate everyone caring so much about the mission, and I really appreciate everyone being so honest. And I do recognize that I have made some mistakes, some serious mistakes, particularly the blow up this week, and I should not disagree like that in front of other people. And I mean that in a very heartfelt way. It's something that simply cannot happen again. And I think doing a better job of listening to people and pausing and slowing down is something that has to change. So I own that and recognize that we've been moving at a frenetic pace under unbelievable amounts of pressure to get to where we are. But moving forward, I think it's necessary I have to change. And I think that I can, and I know that I will. And I've outlined what I think is the right thing to do right now, which is to have an open door policy for everyone here and I will just take note of what they have to say, and I'm willing to make those changes. I'm willing to make the change. I do think this organization is so important to me. I will learn better ways to deal with people. It's my essence, my soul is so tied into this place. I do think I need management assistance. I do need to, we need to work on that. The people around me, something I wanted to discuss with the board, the right people around me. And I don't want to lose the wonderful people who are here. I've pulled in Tom this morning and spoke to him. Tom and I have had some disagreements. There are some strategic and fundraising disagreements that are truly just disagreements over strategy and fundraising. It's not the what, as it's the how I communicate with people, and my tonality and my appreciation and my compassion for people. And those things I will change, because I have to change them. Because if I don't change them, we're going to lose Project Veritas.
Suggested, it's really concerned about your mental health, and I think, we all acknowledge that you've been under superhuman stresses, and have a lot of empathy with you. And I think what I heard him suggesting was something akin to taking some time off, and a sabbatical or some period of time. It's whether it's weeks or months, I don't know, but it'd be maybe a serious amount of time, and having some help too. Is that something that is? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know what the long-term corrective actions are, but I emailed the board a proposed immediate corrective actions based on the testimony that was presented.
I can read it here, I can refer to the email. I also sent it to Mr. Sullivan and to Stefan.
Thanks, Joe. Go for it.
Okay, I move to implement the following immediate corrective actions. These actions are, the purpose of these actions are for the employees to correct things until we can come up with some long-term corrective actions. I don't know what that looks like, but we'll have to meet again to discuss that. Obviously, Tom O'Hara would be fully restored as CFO. The action that was taken against him was a violation of the bylaws, specifically Article 3, which says, unless otherwise specified by the Board of Directors, each officer which the board ratified his CFO officership shall be elected or appointed to hold office until the annual meeting of the Board of Directors. That hasn't happened. Next, following his election or appointment, until his successor, if any has been elected or appointed or qualified, or until his earlier resignation or removal. So he hasn't resigned and the board has not removed him. And then section D says, any officer elected or appointed by the board of directors may be removed by the board of directors. So there's no unilateral removal mechanism to remove an officer that was ratified by the board. So Tom is reinstated. Barry Hinckley, I think that's by default, yeah. But I would just say reaffirm the bylaws, the action of the bylaws. Barry Hinckley shall also be reinstated if that's his will. I don't know that it is.
May I make a point of order? I would like to discuss.
Go ahead.
I have a right to respond to correction actions, and I'd like to speak with the board only as agreed upon at the beginning of this meeting, prior to a vote taking place on corrective actions. I would also like to know.
I don't remember agreeing to that.
Point of order.
But there will be discussion. There will be discussion on the motion.
I would like
There's discussion on every motion.
I'd like a discussion on what the plan is going to be. What the plan is going to be after these actions are taken, before they are voted on, and I'd like to understand, because we have a fiduciary obligation to the organization, and many in the best interest of the organization. If we take these actions beyond, if we take drastic actions, I'd like to discuss that, and I would like to discuss those things with the board only. But proceed.
Who remains as an observer? Ed is on. Are there any other observers still observing?
We have a number of observers.
We can discuss. I would like to propose that we discuss the changes that you'd like to make. And first of all,
in executive session.
I just want to say one thing here. I temporarily suspended Tom's accounts. I reinstated it yesterday. So that's not. There's no issue there. But in terms of the other actions you'd like to take, I'd like to discuss them before we vote on them.
I would like the.
Should I bifurcate the actions? Why don't I do that?
I would just like to discuss.
Can we find out who is all observing?
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully you can all see in the participants button at the bottom, but I show Jeff Lickman, Eric O'Keefe, 9007 number, Steve Pettick, John Sullivan, John Darby.
Well, I would propose some of these management solutions involve, outside observers are fine. Current employees, I would request that when we discuss the management solutions, we don't do so in front of current employees. That would be a request.
I think that is fair. I think that's fair. I would just say that I don't think we're going to have any restructuring discussion today. I think there's more preliminary discussions that need to be had, and for the CFO, which I believe absolute mandate to discuss one of the other critical issues, which is the fiscal policies that have taken us off under current management, and have discussion about what might be the remedies for things that might have occurred under that regime. And I think that's really important because we all have a fiduciary duty and a legal compliance duty, and I think that we can't just brush by that.
There are
So why don't I make a bifurcate the motion and just go line by line and just have a vote on each one. The first one being to fully reinstate Tom O'Hara. So I will make that motion.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
John Goffey?
Call the question. So, I mean, do we need to vacate the presidency so I can call the vote?
I support it.
Like all in favor? Who does?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion is passed, and Tom O'Hara is fully reinstated.
Thank you.
Can we take on the same vote as related to Barry Hinckley?
I would like to make a point of order
yes.
that the chief executive officer has the discretion to make that decision, and there have been a number of very serious allegations made here that I have not had an opportunity to respond to. I'm not sure there's even an interest in this board in hearing the responses. But we need to have a serious conversation about this if you vote on it and its implications for this firm. And you have fiduciary responsibility to have that conversation with me. I've sat here for 4 hours and heard various allegations, which there seems to be no interest in hearing my response to these allegations. And this board is about to reinstate an employee that the chief executive officer has the authority to fire according to the bylaws of this company.
I would
Subject to the board.
I would also preliminarily put forward a motion to restrict the chief executive officer's capacity to hire and fire for a predetermined time, as we determine right now, given that the employees are now frightened that they may get fired.
I recommend 30 days.
I would like to have a conversation. Point of order, I'd like to have a conversation about that plan, that structure, how will it work?
This is just an immediate corrective action.
The financial impacts.
This is just an immediate corrective. This is not a long-term thing.
I'd like to have a conversation about that before we vote on it.
Yes, we will have a conversation on it before voting. But what is the motion, Matt?
The motion would be to restrict the chief executive officer's ability to hire and fire employees with the rationale being that the employees are scared of retaliation.
Indefinitely?
I will put that up for board discussion. I will just say that many of these employees have been ready to quit and walk out because of all the things we heard today. And if they don't feel that they're protected, I believe we will start to see those defections. And so this, more than symbolically, but also with teeth, would allow them to...
So let's make the motion first, and then we can have that discussion about it after. You can support it after. What is the motion?
I motion to restrict the current chief executive's ability to hire and fire employees for the next 90 days and pass that responsibility onto the COO/executive director in consultation with the board, not unilaterally.
I'll second that. Now this is where we have discussion. Is there any discussion?
I think 90 days is too short. I think the employees that testified today take a huge risk, given the recent history, huge risk of losing their job. And so I think that maybe we should identify the employees that testified today and say they can't be fired for at least a year.
Well, I think that undermines our at-will ability, and if there's cause, we don't want to undermine it.
We can make some.
Yeah, plus, this is just an immediate corrective action. This isn't a long-term thing. This is to just fix some things today and.
Well, let's say for 90 days with the obligation to review that with the, prior to the end of the 90 days. We'll probably have hopefully a wise and amicable solution in place long before then.
Yeah.
By the way, are we supposed to, are we in a session where we're supposed to have outside observers still or not?
I believe
I'm unclear on that.
I believe we should. If you guys want to vote about limiting the access of observers, then that is your right. I believe that.
No, I'm fine with them listening. This is.
Yeah, me too.
That's fine. Yeah.
So, the motion that I posed was restriction of the chief executive to hire and fire for 90 days. George, do you want to say 180 days? I mean, we can obviously research that.
With the exception of cause and agreement by the board, I would go 180 days. I mean, they're really stuck there.
Well, cause cause is employees it's not preventing the termination of employees. They can still be terminated, just not by the CEO.
Okay.
Unilaterally.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what we're discussing. And it sounds like we have two amendments to the main motion, which we have to entertain and discuss on. So the first one being.
I have faith that we have judicious management in place with Dan and Tom, that nothing would be embarked upon that would be deleterious. And I also believe that we should obviously have the right to oversee any of those actions given the retention issue and the culture of fear.
I agree.
Right. So where are we at, George? Do you want to make a motion?
Where are we?
George, do you want to change? Do you want to change it from 90 days?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's 180 days suspension of the power to hire and fire by the chief executive, and the initial decision making would be by the active ranking manager, which would be the COO, in consultation with the board.
May I have a discussion with the board?
Okay, that's.
May I have a discussion with the board?
Discussion on that.
Please, without the presence of current employees. That would be my request.
Are there any employees on the line still?
It's just Tom and Dan, the CFO, both executive officers with signatory authority.
And I'm also on as well, chief compliance.
Yeah.
Well, the chief compliance officer is the secretary and an officer and has to be on the line. So.
Right, I was just answering the question.
I actually believe that the officers, given that we are journaling over a crucial key responsibility of executive management into their purview, I believe they should be on.
I think this is a major decision, and we should not be making it hastily per the guidance that you have all given me. And I think that it's imperative that I have a conversation with this board after sitting here for 4 hours and hearing these things.
We've all been here for 4 hours.
Yeah,
5 hours now.
I would
5 hours.
humbly request that right to have that conversation uh, to protect Project Veritas.
Would you also hold that request to defer decision if you knew that you might lose half of your employees tomorrow?
That's why I would like to speak with the. I'm not willing to lead. Let me. Yeah. I'm not willing to lead an organization.
You're free to send an email anytime.
I'm not willing to lead an organization. Please, may I make a statement, please? I am not willing to lead an organization that does not trust me to lead it with the necessary authority. I will refrain from taking any actions until you all feel like you would like me to lead again. Effective immediately, I'm on leave of absence from Project Veritas, and I will return only when my full authority as CEO is restored. That is what I'm going to do. Unless you allow me to have a conversation with this board only. And I need to have that conversation, and it is imperative that I have that conversation. Again, I am not willing to lead an organization that does not trust me to lead it without the necessary authority. I have offered a heartfelt mea culpa, which I truly do mean, and I truly will implement. But I have to think about whether I'm able to comply with this request. And I'm requesting a conversation with the board. If this board chooses not to have that conversation, it'll be on the record.
We can have that conversation.
Go
the
for
board's president.
I don't believe it is appropriate, given the interim corrective action that we are looking to undertake, to freeze out from the conversation those who are going to have to assume authority by default for existential moderation of the organization, such as hiring and firing. I don't feel comfortable with that at all. Because they too are fiduciaries who have opened themselves to unlimited liability by signing off on all documents as officers.
Can we hear from the rest of the employees in the firm if that's what we're going to do? Or are we only, I'd like to request this conversation with the board only. A motion to have, I'll propose a motion before the board to have a conversation with the board without employees present. Anyone else in favor?
Any opposed?
Yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All in favor say aye. Is anyone opposed to that motion? I'm unclear about the voting on this.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're opposed to having a conversation with the board members only.
With the board members only, yes, opposed.
Okay, so then we need to have a conversation about the plan. It sounds to me like you guys can sit back down.
So
my question for you is
180 days is the amended.
My question is what is the plan? What is the plan of if you implement this solution? Go ahead.
Procedurally, don't we have to? I'll second the motion for purposes of discussion, so that we can go into discussion. Okay.
We're already in discussion. We're back into discussion.
Okay.
And we're back to the main motion. We're back to Matt's main motion to suspend hiring and firing for 180 days of the CEO and pass that authority to the executive director and or COO. That's the present motion.
And I believe that's passed.
Well, I thought we were still discussing it. Is there any more discussion?
Procedurally, there needs to be a discussion, if James wants to discuss it.
Yeah, James wants to discuss, so please, we're still in discussion.
I think the necessary thing to do is to bring a chief of staff in this organization to act in assistance, to help with the management and personnel challenges. And I think that that's the right course of action for me to take, along with a heartfelt,
I agree with that.
A heartfelt mea culpa for the matter that happened on Tuesday and some of the other things publicly, and to have an open door policy and to listen to people, as I've said,
sure,
and to change my treatment of people. The matter of
one thing sorry about that.
The matter of about the taking away my ability to hire people will prevent me from making the best decisions in the interest of this organization. And
that is correct. It will prevent you from doing that.
And if I'm not trusted to lead this organization, I oppose, and we need to have a conversation about this, but I need to understand what the plan is going to be with the organization if I am not in the organization. That's in my fiduciary interest
to be clear, this is a temporary thing. This is not a long-term thing. No one is looking for any long-term removal or anything like that. This is to fix the immediate problem, and then we can have the conversation about chief of staff and implementing other procedures, and we can examine things again and restore everything. It's the purview of the board to do that. But for now, to correct the everything that we've heard, there needs to be some immediate corrective actions. This is not the end all be all. This will change in the future. Okay?
One thing I learned today, just as a parenthetical aside, since James brought it up, and I thought I think chief of staff's an interesting idea. It seems I heard today that in the past we've had a chief of staff. Is that correct?
The titles have been fluid. Chief Law and Chief Staff, the titles have been very interchangeable. We, in essence, have that already. And we're not going to pass a motion on suspension of hiring and firing by the chief executive only to have the chief executive say, I want to hire somebody else. That's a canard.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah. We're going to deal with the cards that we have dealt, which are considerably good in terms of personnel.
Has the board thought about the consequences, or rather, has the board thought about a plan? If you could speak through, if I take this leave of absence from Project Veritas and return only when my full authority as CEO is restored, has the board thought about a plan for Project Veritas in that event? And what would that plan be? How would it work?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Firstly,
yes.
Project Veritas is an organization that has 65 incredibly talented individuals who, to your credit, as architects of a journalism machine, are capable of doing journalism. We don't believe that there will be any lost output on the margins with you taking some time to basically heal from the stress of the last 2 years. Because the status quo, as we all have heard in the last 5 days, I've 18 hours a day on the phone for 5 days, 90 hours, talking to staff. And they are adamant that they need to be led by somebody who cares about them on an empathetic level. And none of them believe that that is capable under the status quo. And as a result,
so if I could just make a quick point of order, Matt, we're deviating from the discussion on the motion. I'm going to move to end discussion and move the question.
So Just to review here, if we vote for the motion, James is going to leave until he gets reinstated his full powers? Is that what you're saying, James?
What he's suggesting. I don't believe we have enough information yet. We still haven't heard from the CFO about the third leg of the stool, which is fiscal policy, that are really integral discussion when we signed our name to unlimited legal liability and financial liability.
There's very substantive information that's not put into the record at this point. Extremely substantive, from what I understand.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm...
on this, or are we going to table it, or what are we doing here?
Well, what are we voting on?
Can you call a vote?
I'll read the question. The question is, the CEO's hiring and firing privileges shall be revoked for a period of 180 days. And the executive director / COO shall have the authority to hire and fire.
Okay. That's been moved in second. That's been moved in second.
I have one caveat to that. On any hire that has reports, direct reports, that has to be done in consultation with the board at the moment.
Okay, so we have a minute.
Do we really want to is that getting too close to micromanagement by the board?
I don't think we're looking to create turnover. I don't think we're looking to hire people. I don't think we're looking to fire people. I think it's going to be a one-off situation.
Okay, it's an economy. You're thinking about economics. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't mean any employee. If there's new producers, editors, entry level who report managers. We have no interest in that. But
If you need an answer right now, gentlemen, then the answer is no.
Can we vote?
If you need an answer right now, the answer is no. I cannot be forced into making a decision, and I have to think about what I'm going to do.
Sure.
We're not asking you to make decisions. We're asking the executive director to make this decision.
It's in your, if I'm hearing you correctly, we're going to vote yes or no on this motion. Is that correct?
Oh, okay. Is the question called? Yes, sure.
Okay. All in favor? Whoever wants to say that. Aye.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Aye.
All opposed?
If you need an answer right now, the answer is no. The answer is absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
It's 4-1. The motion passes.
Okay.
John, you can put that in the minutes. Make sure the minutes reflect that.
Got that.
John Sullivan. Yeah. Okay.
I would also make a motion on the board level in consultation with the executive director, vernacularly titled the COO, as the case may be, to reinstate Barry Hinckley, and I will do that with the descriptor that the employees are adamant that they have a manager and multi-managers. They have much faith in the COO, but especially the Devo team, that they have somebody they were working under who was doing, in their view, the best job they've seen in that role up until now.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion on the reinstatement of Barry Hinckley, if he even wants it?
Yeah, as we stated earlier, the nuance is precisely that subject to his desire.
Subject to his desire.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion on overruling the firing of Barry Hinckley, subject to his desire?
I'm not sure is this something at the level that the board should be acting? That's my only question. I love Barry, but
I think
opinion.
in this unique situation it is.
Yeah,
Not normally.
Yeah, he had 8 direct reports in the mission critical unit of the organization that is most stressed, that is most that is at its weakest. And so I believe it is a board level decision.
Oh, excellent. Okay. I'm glad we got that on the record, but that's the rationale.
Technically, it could fall under the purview of the executive director, and we could let the executive director deal with it.
I think given
or we can
empower the executive director.
Yeah.
I do think that where we are right now with the emotional turbulence in the organization, as we've heard firsthand now from
Angelo and others,
over 20% of the employees on by voice, and then another 20% by written statement. I think that we have to make that decision, and I think it's a very important symbol to the employees that the culture would change in terms of hiring and firing by doing so.
Excellent.
Is there any further discussion?
Nope. I call the question. Okay, man.
Yeah. Call the question. All in favor of reinstating Barry Hinckley?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Any opposed?
Opposed.
What do you think,
One opposed.
I think James is opposed.
James, are you opposed?
Opposed.
James is opposed.
Right.
And the motion passes 4-1.
If we already passed the motion on hiring and firing, then I don't know how it works with the board vote at the same time.
James still has his board privileges.
That's right.
Understood.
That's right.
Understood.
Are there any other any other items of business or discussion?
There's the issue of some paid time off. I think that's appropriate to act on, and I'd like to establish that the executive director report to the board of directors and not the CEO.
Okay.
Yes.
I moved that the executive director report to the board of directors, and we have to do a separate motion on paid time off, which I'm not
sure
with. So I think it's a nice motion as well. A good motion.
So I propose a motion that the executive director now reports to the board of directors.
I'll second.
Yes.
Aye.
George?
Aye.
Any discussion? So I guess we'll just move to the question then.
Yes.
So we're not going to have a discussion.
I also vote in favor.
We're not going to have a discussion. Just for the record, we're not going to have a discussion about this.
Do you want to have a discussion?
Yeah, go for it.
I oppose the motion.
Is there anything that you want to discuss? Any reasons?
I oppose the motion.
Okay. All right. Well, 4-1 on the executive director reporting to the board of directors, which includes James.
And then you mentioned paid time off.
Paid time off, I think, is much needed. I think there will be a lot of clarity after this, and we'll have more healthy discussions after a little reprieve. I just don't know how long that would be.
Indefinite or for.
No, I don't think indefinite is appropriate.
No, I agree with that. I mean, it's sort of it's partly up to James, or maybe largely.
Well, I proposed initially a week, and then after which we would be able to
remotely enough.
It might not be. It might not be enough, but we could have. Remember, these are immediate corrective actions, and I was hoping in a week that we could have healthier conversations about some of this stuff.
Please.
So I don't want to go too long.
Okay, fine, to be reviewed in a week. I'm gonna be at another day and a half board meeting toward the end of next week in Washington DC, so I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Say at least 2 weeks so that people.
2 weeks,
can put it on the
2 weeks.
calendar.
Okay, yeah.
Anybody opposed to 2 weeks paid time off?
Could you let Eric O'Keefe back in the waiting room, please?
And this is not going to be considered sabbatical. This is just to convene further discussion on on culturally corrective action institutional.
Yeah.
We could let
Okay,
Eric
very good.
O'Keefe back into the meeting. Eric O'Keefe's in the waiting room.
Can we, I'm gonna hang up because I'm at dinner with somebody, I'm being rude.
Well, the last question would be the spending.
Sorry, Joe, 1 second. Eric O'Keefe, has he been readmitted?
Yes.
608 area code, please.
Yeah, he should be. There he is.
Yeah, I just let him in.
Great, thanks.
Okay, now, so quickly, can somebody put that into a motion on the spending?
Yeah,
Or I'm gonna hang up in 1 minute.
What's that?
Joe, you were introducing a spending motion.
Oh, yeah, yes. James shall be prohibited from, shall turn over his corporate credit card and make no expense on that account until otherwise determined by the board.
Agreed.
That could be a day, that could be a week.
Okay, can we call the question?
Is there any discussion?
Moved in second.
I affirm that motion as well. So George,
Okay.
I'll vote for it too.
Okay. I also am in favor of my motion.
Any opposed? Who opposed?
Any opposed?
James?
I oppose that motion.
Okay.
The motion is adopted 4-1.
Okay. And was the meeting?
I don't know how that will be enforced, but we'll have the CFO enforce that.
The CFO will take receipt of that. Any business expenses can be reimbursed after review upon the CFO as normal course of business action and by law dictates.
Okay.
Exactly.
So we don't have to take any board action on that. Are we done?
I will be done by management. The one other thing, and I'm adamant about this, is we do have to reconvene to hear from the CFO.
Yes, absolutely. We need to reconvene.
Tomorrow?
All 6 of us.
Tomorrow?
We don't have the full board online. We do have to give 24 hours notice if we're going to call a special. So unless people waive notice, which I don't know that they will.
The only day I can do it is Wednesday because I'm in a day and I'm in Communicado Thursday and Friday and another board meeting this week, not next week, in DC.
Wednesday at 4 o'clock, we can reconvene.